Then I am going to call our session to order. It is 5:36 PM. And Linda, when you're ready, we'll begin with the roll call.
Trustee Edmondson,
Present.
trustee Rodriguez, trustee Donley,
Present.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Present.
trustee Friedman.
Present.
Thank
And
you.
I'll note for the record that trustee Friedman is appearing remotely, and I will state that again when we call ourselves to order again after closed session. So now we'll convene to closed session. So see you in a minute.
Hey, Linda, while we're in closed session, will you be sure to check your text? Hope she got that.
We're live? Okay, great. Welcome, everyone. I'm calling our public session to order. It's 6:53 p.m. Welcome. I recognize we have a number of folks in attendance in person in our boardroom, and we also have an overflow room in the district office. This meeting's also being live streamed on YouTube. And for those who would like to make comments, there's information in the agenda on how to do that. Before we begin, I do want to note that Trustee Friedman is appearing remotely. And because we have a board member appearing remotely, rules call for all votes to be taken by roll call. So when we do vote on items, and that only happens in our action item at the end of our agenda. So we have one action item on our agenda. So there's only one thing the board is actually voting on tonight, and that's at the end of our agenda, but any votes taken will be taken by roll call. The superintendent is also appearing remotely. And before we begin our Pledge of Allegiance, I do want to take a moment and acknowledge something. 19 children and teachers' lives were taken at the tragic mass shooting in Uvalde at Robb Elementary School in Texas last week. And I think it's really important to say their names and honor their memory and take a moment of silence, recognizing this happened at an elementary school. So I'm going to read their names and their ages and ask us to take a moment of silence before we begin. Alexandria Anaya Rubio, 10. Amarie Jo Garza, 10. Tess Marie Mata, 10. Jose Flores, 10. Miranda Mathis, 11. Maite Rodriguez, 10. McKenna Lee Elrod, 10. Javier Lopez, 10. Eliana Garcia, 9. Leila Salazar, 10. Eliahana Cruz Torres, 10. Alethea Ramirez, 10. Jackie Cazares, 10. Annabelle Rodriguez, 10. Jaila Silguero, 10. Jace Luvanos, 10. Uzaya Garcia, 9. Nevea Bravo, 10. Rogelio Torres, 10. Eva Morales, 44. Irma Garcia, 46. And I'd like us to just take a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. We do begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, so I'll ask everyone to rise. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item of business is to adopt the agenda. Do I have a motion from the board to adopt, a board member to adopt the agenda?
I move.
Okay, and we have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, and actually we will take a vote on this. So we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Edmondson. Aye. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Donley.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Friedman.
Aye. Thank you. The board met in closed session, and I have a couple of items to report. On item 2A, the board unanimously approved reinstating the student under case 2021-2201 due to successfully completing the rehabilitation plan that was documented in the stipulated expulsion. On item 2B, the board unanimously approved the recommendation for stipulated expulsion regarding case number 2021-2202. On item 2C, evaluation of the superintendent, the board has determined that the superintendent's evaluation for the 2021-22 school year is positive. Our next item is a recognition. item 4A. And we're pleased to present the Alice B. Woolsey Scholarship. And I believe Scott, our superintendent here on Zoom, would like to introduce this item.
Yeah, it's my honor. This is one of the best items in the whole school year worth of board meetings. And I apologize for not being able to be there in person. The COVID bug finally got me. So on to the item. Alice Woolsey, some of you knew, left a legacy in our district. She was a dynamic and well-respected teacher for many years in Soquel School District. She was a bright star in the community. In her will, she left a sum of money to be used for perpetual scholarship to a student from our district or who attended school in our district. And for that, we are forever grateful. So awarded to the scholarship's awarded to a student who wishes to attend college and has attended school in our district at some point, as I said. And so tonight, we are going to honor Miss Vanessa Ramirez. She was a previous New Brighton Viking. She graduated recently as a Soquel High School Knight, where she had a high GPA, and she is getting ready to attend San Francisco State University. I think they're the Dons, if I remember. And probably most importantly of all, she is known to be someone who contributes to her community, not just with words, but with action. This includes advocacy done through the Multicultural Club, bringing change to mind, photography club, and probably my favorite name for a club I've ever seen, the Random Acts of Kindness Club. And so it is our honor to honor Ms. Woolsey's wishes and tonight by awarding Vanessa Ramirez with the Alice B. Woolsey Scholarship.
Vanessa, it is our pleasure to present you with the certificate of recognition, recognizing you as the recipient of the scholarship, and maybe just a little bit more importantly, the check that goes with it. So I'm happy to present this to you. Come on up. It's really a pleasure to see our graduates come back to us. So we're so excited for you and for all of your future success. Is it okay if any members of the board ask you any questions?
Yeah.
Put you on the spot? Okay. Anyone have any questions for Vanessa?
I'll start off. I love the club that you started, the Random Acts of Kindness. What was a random act of kindness that you enjoyed doing?
There was an event that we did like my sophomore year, and it was for Valentine's Day. We would just give anybody like a random note and say something nice to them.
That's so neat.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So Alice Woolsey was quite the teacher, and I know some folks that had her as a teacher, and she loved education. She loved her kids, and they came out of her class, fourth grade class, loving the school year. And that's back when Soquel had a river in the back, and she'd take the kids back there and fish. And a lot of fun stories about Alice Woolsey. So congratulations! It's quite an honor to receive this scholarship.
Thank you.
Okay. Carolyn, since you're on Zoom, if you need to say anything and I don't see you, please feel free to wave at me. Okay. Did you? Oh, there she is. Okay.
Vanessa, I just wanted to congratulate you from afar. I'm loving all the clubs that you founded. They all sound amazing. So congratulations to you.
Well, thank you again. Another round of applause. You had a large audience here. Recognize your accomplishments. If you ever want to report back on how things are going in your life, college and beyond, we're always happy to hear from you. You're always part of our family. So thank you. Yeah, our pleasure. You're welcome to stay and observe as much of our meeting as you want, and you are absolutely welcome to leave whenever you want. We know you're probably very busy and hopefully enjoying some summer. Yeah, so.
On behalf of our family, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Congratulations
Yeah,
to you.
big congratulations again. Thank you all. All right. And our next item is recognition of our own Dr. Jessica Kiernan as the 2021-22 Santa Cruz County Administrator of the Year. We might
More-
not ask you questions. And I know the superintendent would like to present this item.
It is my honor to let the good vibes continue here. Recently, we were the Santa Cruz County Office of Education recognized outstanding educators in all fields, Teacher of the Year, Classified Employee of the Year, etc. That also included the Administrator of the Year, and our own Dr. Jessica Kiernan was recognized as the Administrator of the Year in the entire Santa Cruz County. I could go on, but I will just mention a few highlights. Dr. Kiernan came to us just in the year that COVID would later find us, and immediately threw herself into the job, supporting teachers, supporting staff at all schools. And that included writing a multi-phase distance learning plan, probably one of the hardest things that's ever had to be done in education. And of course, all of our teachers rose to that occasion, having to implement something none of us ever did. Dr. Kiernan led that work, and the school district was recently recognized with the California Distinguished Award from the state of California for that multi-phase distance learning plan that she led and that a lot of people contributed to. Many other high honors and many other big accomplishments. One that I'm especially proud of is the Opal Cliffs home-based learning model. As I've said before, it's something that our district needed for many years, an alternative education model for students for whom a comprehensive traditional schooling approach doesn't work for one reason or another. It always brings me back to a student that we had in one of my first years here who was a semi-professional dancer. Even though she was in middle school, she practiced dance like 4 or 5 hours a day, and had hoped to stay in the school district but couldn't go to school in a traditional schedule. And unfortunately, we just didn't have a fit for her. And she had to find a schooling opportunity in another district. And that really kind of being the catalyst of saying that we need a different option. Hence, the Opal Cliffs home-based learning model was born, all from Dr. Jessica Kiernan's leadership in getting a model in place where students can have a home-based learning opportunity. And this was, the model even thought of before distance learning came along. This is a different thing than distance learning. And we have many students in there who are really excellent in their field, such as skiing or surfing, and just need some flexibility in their schedules and have very committed families who help them through that. And so we no longer have to have those students go to some other district and get their educational opportunity. We can provide it right here, which is so meaningful. She's also been a key part of our district's transformation in supporting our English learners. She works closely with many other folks on that, but it's her coordination and leadership that really sparks it. And that group of students is one that we want to continuously get better at supporting. And it really starts with making connections with families. And one of the things that she has helped institute is an English learner parent leadership group to really ensure that those folks have a voice. And that's been very meaningful, I know, to those families. So as I said, I could go on, but we're very lucky to have her in our district leading the instructional curriculum and instruction facet of our district, which is the most important part of a school district. So congratulations, Jessica.
And Scott, I regret I was not able to attend the actual ceremony at the County Office of Education event, but do you mind just telling us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it was lovely. As I said, there were folks recognized from all different fields of education, and there was an overflow room, not quite unlike what is set up tonight, where folks, the crowd could sit in one room while awardees and their presenters came in and presented to the county school board and to Dr. Ferris Sabal, the county superintendent, and we're able to have family members there supporting Jessica and staff members supporting her, and able to share a little bit about the great work that she does. And it's always rewarding. If you think last year we had the Teacher of the Year and Miss Joanne Roster, this year the Administrator of the Year and Dr. Jessica Kiernan. And it's always nice, especially if you're a small school district, to be able to get out and share with a broader educational community the amazing educators we have in our district.
Thank you so much for that. Any questions on the board?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jessica. And I have a certificate of recognition for you. But truly, honestly, we're so honored to have you. We're so
Oh, yeah.
thrilled for you to get this level of recognition from the county because we know it here, but countywide, you're a leader and we're grateful for you.
Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I don't like to be the center of attention. For most of you out there know that, who know me. Not only do I not like to be the center of attention, I also feel like the amazing work of everyone in this room and beyond this room are the reason that this has happened. And the county has selected me. And I'm so honored and I am so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you again. Congratulations. We will continue on. Oh, I'm so sorry, Phil.
Yeah. So thank you for the LCAP lights. And I really appreciate how you do outreach, how you collaborate, your empathy, and maintaining the professionalism the whole time. So thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't check it earlier. Anyone else anything to comment? Got carried away. I'm just gonna count on Carolyn or Scott to wave if they need to speak and I don't see them, okay? All right. Yes, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll move through our next item, which is the item 5, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve and adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Squeaker, but I'm gonna assume Linda got who's second.
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we will go ahead and take a roll call vote when you're ready.
Trustee Edmondson. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Donley.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye. Trustee
Friedman.
Hi.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is public communications. Some of you may very well be here for that. And public communications is for any item that's not on the agenda. I'll read through the information that's on the agenda in case you don't have a copy, but if anyone is here or is watching online and doesn't have the agenda, it is all available. The agenda and all of the supporting documents are available on the website, the school district website under the board section. So for public communications, in addition to speaking in person, the following channels are available for public comment. At this point, we're gonna skip past email before the meeting because we're already in progress. Email during the meeting. So if someone wants to email public comment, you need to use the address publiccomment@suesd.org. If you use a different address, it's not gonna come to us. Please specify the agenda items you're commenting on, or if it's a general public comment that's not on the agenda, you can make a note of that as well. Members of the audience are welcome to address the Board of Trustees during public communications regarding items not listed on this agenda. For items not on the agenda, we request that you fill out one of the forms available at the sign-in register and submit it to the executive assistant to the superintendent prior to the beginning of the meeting. Looks like we have a few of those. 3 minutes may be allotted to each speaker and a maximum of 20 minutes to each subject matter. The trustees cannot take action on these matters unless such matters are placed on a future agenda according to law. If an item is on the agenda, you'll have the opportunity to speak at the time the agenda item is discussed. Please address the board president. These proceedings are video recorded and board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group interest, or personal interest. And I have some speaker forms or one speaker form. Okay. Okay, first one is Andres Zapacosta.
All right.
Hi there.
First of all, thank you guys for everything you do. I know it's been a pretty trying year for everyone involved. Sitting here listening to the recognitions was great and all, and it makes us sound like our district's doing great things. And some of us things are great, but there's a lot of things that are not great. I want to talk today about how the inability to come to agreement on salary has put a strain on our community. When I first started here 6 years ago, same as you, Scott, it was apparent that admin and teachers were on the same team working for the same goals. At some point, something changed, and now it feels like we're fighting against each other. We worked together to try to pass 2 bonds, both of which failed, one by only 50 votes. It seemed like that's when the shift happened. People were deflated. We're already a low-paying district, and at that point, it was clear that something more needed to be done. We started losing teachers. Now we're trying to come to a reasonable agreement on a raise so that we can stop the bleeding. However, for some reason, it's not happening. Time and time again, we get emails from the SEA president saying that the district admin has not budged on their end and are digging heels in at 3.5% with a 2% bonus. 3% is laughable. It's a joke. Our neighbors are settling at 8 to 10%. We're told that the uncertainty of future monies is why we cannot be given an 8% raise. Well, our neighbors seem to have figured it out, so maybe you should go ask them. It's no longer a matter of teachers threatening to leave because of our pay. We're watching them go. Our schools, I found it interesting this year when Scott said that our classrooms are staffed and our schools are all good to go on our teacher front. At New Brighton, it wasn't until October that we had a credentialed teacher for science. And all year long, I worked next to an aide who was asked to teach a class without any credential, working a 1.2 contract while still being paid as an aide. At SEG, there was a first grade class that went without a credentialed teacher for much of the year. They did their best they could, but this does not match our mission statement. In our mission statement in the comments, it says that we are providing equitable, inclusive, and responsive teaching and learning experiences. How is it equitable if some students go all year long without a credentialed teacher in the classroom? Would you want that for your kids? Because I wouldn't. This is what's going to continue to happen if nothing more gets done. I'm really looking forward to reviewing the budget. I can't wait to hear the justification as to why the surplus has not gone to teacher salaries. I'm really looking forward to hearing why this year's COLA, the highest ever, is not going to teacher salaries. Let's stop pretending that we're doing what's best for kids and take your rose-colored glasses off. You have taken a once thriving small community-based district and are continuing to tear it apart at the seams. You had a chance to do the right thing and you blew it. Take a hard look at what's happening to our schools. Ask the principals who are in charge of staffing. It's not going to get any better. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Diana Hill.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate being able to speak with all of you this evening on behalf of our children in our community. I expect you spend many hours. I know you're at home there, but many hours in this room, long meetings, so I know that time is valuable. And I also know that you're tasked with school safety, and I do appreciate your thoughtfulness in reading the names of the students whose lives were lost in Texas. I also know that you're tasked with fiduciary responsibilities. And what of that, of course, part of that is attracting and retaining highly qualified educators. As a community member, I do question your priorities. Words matter. Our actions matter more. I understand that our district board has chosen to support not just one superintendent, but assistant superintendents for our small school district of only 4 schools. My question is, how can you claim to uphold your fiduciary responsibility while clearly mismanaging our public funds? If you value our children, you will do whatever it takes to attract and retain highly qualified teachers. I am a teacher in this community, but I cannot live in this community and work here. So I have to do that commute on Highway 17. And many of my colleagues are now coming with me over the hill. I feel horrible to steal them from our district here, but that is the reality. We have hired 5 teachers for next year in my school district, stealing them from our community because you're not paying them enough to live here, to serve these children. So please do whatever it takes to retain the talent. All that training, all that professional development walks right out the door, and you have to start fresh. So please do whatever it takes to retain the talent that loves your community and wants to serve the students there. Thank you for your time. You all, I will just say this is a public meeting of the board, right? So the board does our business in public. You're absolutely welcome to be here. It's not customary to do long extended clapping at meetings. If that's the way it needs to be, that's okay. But our job here is to conduct the business and have folks watching us and commenting when it's time to comment and asking questions when it's time to comment, but it's a little different from a public meeting.
We want you to understand.
So it's not, that's not how we do it. If you'd like to make a comment, please do come up and address us, right? But there's a procedure, and it's part of it is legal requirements for boards and how we conduct ourselves. But if anyone else wants to make a public comment in person, you're welcome to do so. We also probably have a few on email. Would anyone like to come in person? And then just let me know if someone's on their way from the overflow room. I understand that. Okay, do we have public comments not related to agenda items that are on email? And is Scott going to read those?
Yes, all of the comments I have on the public comment email address are related to an agenda item.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And no more comment cards, right? Okay, we're gonna keep moving through the agenda then. The next item is a public hearing regarding the proposed 2022-2023 budget for the school district. A public hearing, just to explain the difference, a public hearing is an opportunity for the public to share your thoughts with us. Tell us what you would like the board to know. It is not an opportunity for us to answer questions. The opportunity for answering questions happens a little later in the agenda at the presentation. But the public hearing on the agenda on the budget, and then the next one after this on the LCAP, is absolutely an opportunity to make your voice be known, get it on the record, what it is you would like the board to know. With all of that, I'm going to. Okay.
The public hearing part is that if we have questions that we're hoping to get a response from, that would be during the presentation time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Item 7A, public hearing. So I'm going to open our public hearing regarding our proposed 22-23 budget for the school district, and I'm opening the public hearing at 7:10. So if anyone would like to make a comment about the budget, you're welcome to do so now. As I mentioned, there's also the presentation item later. If anyone would like to address the board, please just come up to the podium. And I will wait a few minutes in case there's anyone, or not minutes, maybe 30 seconds, if there's someone making their way over from the overflow room. And do we have, we don't have any emails that are specifically for the public hearing, right? It's for the presentation.
Actually, most folks noted item 7A specifically.
Oh, okay. So if someone has something for item 7A, this would be the time to read it.
Okay, I will start with this one. Excuse me. I'd like to request that you reject the proposed budget for 22-23 with the intent to revise and reprioritize fund allocation in order to increase teacher salaries. Subsequent years have realized a net increase of unassigned funds into reserves. Today it is roughly 18%, 3% being the required minimum. Subsequent accounting cycles are proving that there is enough unassigned money that you can choose to pay teachers more with. With respect to the principle of conservatism in accounting, you can safely choose to reallocate funding to teacher salaries, thereby retaining our beloved teachers while simultaneously offering a competitive salary within our county. Teacher retention is at a low in our district and will continue to be a problem. If salaries are not made a priority, show the teachers that they are valued with a competitive wage, give them what they are asking for. I'd also like to suggest that SUESD create a salary schedule moving forward that is in line with our neighboring districts. Do you know that in Live Oak, a new teacher, class 3, starts at $51,037, while our same teachers offered $42,309. That is 21% less than our district as it stands. Why would they stay for so much less? Is it fair to ask them to when the district has continuously realized solvency? Lastly, I believe in our district. I want to see our district support our teachers. I want our teachers to stay. So I ask you that you pivot once more, be brave, and make some positive changes to salary. And that is from Celeste Buttes. Let me see if the next one specifically says 7A. That one does not. Please see the attached letter for item 7A. Okay, this is a letter received from Jillian Swenson Holmberg. Dear school board members, I am writing to you today to let you know that I, along with many other of my friends who are also parents of children here in SUESD school district, are truly sickened to realize how much our valuable, irreplaceable, incredible teachers are being paid. And even more, we cannot comprehend how our district cannot give them a minuscule 8% raise when really the district should be looking and planning how to give our SUESD teachers a raise that matches the rest of the country's teacher salaries, county's teacher salaries, forgive me. I could go on and on about how wonderful our teachers are, but they deserve everything we can possibly give. Well, you've heard this over and over before recently at many meetings. I am writing to ask you one simple question. Why is it when our school district has 5 schools, one of them being a homeschool model, are we employing 2 assistant superintendents, a director of student services, and a director of fiscal services? 5 upper management district employees, including the superintendent, and actually more if you include the personnel coordinator and facilities manager. To compare, I looked up the org chart for Pajaro Valley School District. They employ 4 assistant superintendents and a director of business services, 6 upper management district employees, including the superintendent. Guess how many schools are in PVUSD? 33 schools. We have a similar amount of upper management district staff as PVUSD does, but we only have 5 schools. Why is this? I do not understand. How about we pay our teachers more instead of overstaffing our small district office? This seems pretty simple to me, and if not, please explain it. Unless I'm missing something, looking from the outside and comparing to other districts, the district office seems extremely overstaffed. No matter what, please give the teachers the raise they deserve, find the money and make it work now. Our students are going to suffer when these incredible teachers left our district, even for districts just down the street. And this is just not acceptable. We all love our SUESD schools and value all the employees working for the betterment of children. Please do you know what is right and pay these teachers more. Thank you for your time. And I will say that the item was listed for 7A. And while it may not have been precisely on the budget, if it's okay with you, President Jackson Miller, I'm erring on these if they noted them for 7A and going ahead and reading them.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And there was one other one. This one is a similar vein. I'm going to go ahead and read it, although an argument could be made. It's not directly related to budget, but erring on the side of getting in public comment here. This is from True Mai, a parent and community member. I'm a parent of 3 elementary school kids in the district. My question is about teacher salaries. My understanding is that teachers in SUSD are drastically underpaid relative to those in neighboring districts. The high cost of living and quite frankly, what they deserve given their substantial contributions to our community and broader society. This is especially true given the recent inflation and the extremely challenging pandemic situation we're all experiencing. What steps are the district taking to ensure teachers are fairly and appropriately compensated given these factors, which would also have benefits to students and community through retention of trained professionals in our classrooms? Is the district extending all efforts to maximally increase teacher salaries and benefits? If not, are the higher priority expenditures from the district in justification of these expenses should be prioritized over teacher salaries? And again, erring on the side of reading them if they were sent. And I'm just checking to see if there are any others. This one is definitely related to budget. There is $4,201,743.54 in the expenditures B5 books and supplies 21-22 estimated actuals. I believe this money has not been spent on books and supplies yet. Can the excess funds please be moved to certificated salaries? And that is from Seth Reeder. And I think I got them all.
Okay, thank you for reading those for us. If there aren't any more, would you like to come up and come on forward? Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. Appreciate your guys' time. I've just been looking over the numbers over the last three years, and I'm impressed that over and over the last 2 years, when the proposed budget significantly undershoots the actuals. 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row. Why is our budget so much lower than our actuals? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak in this public hearing item on the budget? Yeah, come on in. Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
thanks. So I'm a parent. I'm just going to read, Amanda, I wrote a letter yesterday, and so I'm just going to read that. So as a parent of a sixth grade student at New Brighton Middle School and tax-paying property owner in Capitola, I'm making this plea to you to increase the salary of our teachers by at least 8% to keep our most sacred investment strong, our educated youth. Our teachers deserve higher salaries, a fair salary, in recognition of the critical role they play in educating our children, in recognition of the advanced degree required for teacher certification, and in support of the commitment and passion that makes our teachers great. In addition to this, our teachers are now a first line of defense when violence tragically strikes our classrooms, a scene that has become too common in America. They teach and protect. That's something I don't think they signed up for, but we need to recognize it. How can we expect highly sought after educators to choose to teach in our district if it has the lowest pay and the highest cost of living? The math does not work. If the school ratings drop, people will not choose to live in Capitola versus other neighboring districts where kids can attend high quality schools, or they may choose to send their kids outside the district or to private school. Our property values will begin to decline and Capitola will lose value. We must invest in our educators now. I've heard rumors that SoCal school districts are considering a 3% salary increase for teachers. This is not enough in this town and certainly not enough to attract top talent to our district. If our schools continue to lose high quality teachers, our school ratings will continue to slip and in effect consign our educators to yet another year of inadequate compensation. Do you know who else loses? Our kids. Our kids lose out on the best teachers because they simply cannot afford to teach here. The money is available. Other school districts are actively working with the teacher union to negotiate new salaries, and Live Oak pays significantly higher than Capitola. I want to believe that our district is ready to negotiate with our teachers in good faith and with the intent of righting a wrong. How insulting to our teachers to deny them the salary adjustment that other neighboring districts have determined to be both justified and legally required. If we cannot support our teachers in this, then we are complicit in a system that gives lip service to the importance of teachers in our children's lives, but cannot pay them a living wage. Parents and community members need to tell the school board and superintendent that our children's education cannot be held hostage to whatever budget calculations are being used to justify postponing salary adjustments. Please consider the desperately needed pay increase for our teachers now before it's too late. Thank you.
Any other public hearing items on the proposed 2022-23 budget? All right, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this item. It is 7:21. And then we do have a second public hearing on our LCAP. Did we have any introductory remarks on that, or just want me to go ahead and open up the public hearing? Okay, yeah, the local control accountability plan is in our docket, and so this is a public hearing specifically to talk about that particular plan. Scott, looks like you got real big on my screen. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that there's no emails, public comment on this item.
On this hearing. Okay, I'm going to open up the hearing at 7:22 for the public hearing on the LCAP. Did anyone want to address that? I'm not seeing anyone in person. I'm just going to give it a few seconds. Does anyone know, are there still folks sitting in the other room? Okay, all right. So I do want to make sure I give people enough time to walk over if that's their intention. But I don't think anyone's heading over. So I will go ahead and you said there were no emails, correct, on the LCAP?
Yep, no emails.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will go ahead and close the public hearing item 7B on the LCAP at 7:23. We will now do our standing reports with items from the superintendent and assistant superintendents. Jessica, do you mind starting us off?
Absolutely. Well, it has been quite a year, and I can honestly say that it has probably probably been the roughest in all of our histories in this profession. I would like to say, though, at the end of this year, there have been many wonderful things that have happened, and we have seen the growth of our students, their success academically and social emotionally, and there's some evidence of that, obviously, as conveyed in our LCAP. It was a pleasure to write it because I was able to spend many days with many people talking about that growth. I think a symbol of the celebration was at New Brighton with their graduation ceremony or their promotion ceremony, seeing so many students who have been through our school district for so many years successfully and with poise, talking about their experience. So again, while it has likely been the hardest year we've ever faced, and that would be all of us, there have been some successes certainly along the way, and I would attribute that to a lot of the great work that is happening here.
Oh, good evening. I'll keep mine short because most of what I've been working on for the last 2 weeks is an agenda item being presented later this evening. I would like to say I also was able to attend New Brighton's graduation. It's always wonderful to see our kids get to graduate, and especially this year in person. So that was wonderful. We had this week actually a very successful negotiation session with CSEA, and I'm happy to report that that's going really, really well. I enjoy the collaboration of working with CSEA and hope to have a proposal for the board. This is for the 22-23 school year that we're negotiating with CSEA. CSEA has already concluded negotiations for the 21-22 school year, and they wanted to get a head start on 22-23. And I think that's about it, except the wrap up of another school year always seems to come so quickly. And then it's budget time, and then it's closing the books, and then it's the auditors. And so for business, it never stops. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
I'll keep mine short and sweet because it's a lengthy agenda tonight. I just want to say congratulations to everybody in successfully navigating a most challenging school year. Thank you to all of our teachers and staff who shepherded students and families through that challenging school year. And a lot of good work has been put into this LCAP from many members of the school district community that we're going to hear about tonight. And just want to say thank you for that, and congratulations to our 5th graders going on to middle school, our 8th graders who are going on to high school, and looking forward to another successful year next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is items from CSEA, who Michelle referenced. That's California School Employees Association, our classified union. And I don't see anyone from CSEA present, but unless someone's.
Yes, and Mr. Domo had reached out to me, and he is unable to make it this evening as he is in athletic director's meeting, and he apologizes. He asked me to read into record per Enrique, CSEA supports SEA efforts in negotiations. That is all I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for reading that for Mr. Dolmo.
No problem.
All right, on to items from SEA. Thank you for doing that.
So good evening. As you know, it's probably stating the obvious to say it's been an interesting year. As you can see from the number of people here on a summer evening attending a board meeting, the issue of recruiting, retaining educators is a huge concern, not only to membership, but to our community at large. While we do recognize the agreements that have been made on contract language and increasing stipends, as Scott pointed out, the master's stipend had not been raised in about 30 years. We've not been able to reach an agreement on compensation. At the last negotiations meeting, SEA's team put forth a counteroffer, which we put a lot of thought into. We believed it to be reasonable, feasible, and allowed for a win-win resolution to bargaining. It was honestly a huge surprise to us that it was rejected. In fact, the district's response essentially moved backwards from their previous offer. SoCal is the only district in the county that is not settled for the 21-22 year. And of the districts that settled late in the year, the offer extended to us was the lowest. I can't begin to describe the reaction from our membership, but I'm guessing I don't need to. As a final note, I'd like to let you know that members do write to and meet with their legislators about school funding. Part of the reason you're seeing a significant increase to the LCFF base is directly related to advocacy work we've done by sharing information with our about our school district with our statewide partners in Sacramento. But the school funding formula is not the only issue with our budget. LCAP funds and COVID relief funds can be used to increase compensation to retain and recruit teachers, but for some reason, those funding sources seem to be ignored, or the district feels there are other priorities for using that money besides stemming the flow of teachers leaving our district. This is hard to fathom. As we all know, it is teachers that determine the quality of education, and you can't maintain that quality of education when you have a revolving door of teaching staff. I would also like to say that we understand that budgets are usually created using the conservatism principle of accounting, but conservatism principle of accounting is only a guideline. And organizations are also expected to take into account trends, historical actuals, likely scenarios, and other considerations to use their best judgment when making decisions for the organization. A budget is also a moral document attesting to what an organization values. We hope SUESD will recognize the severity of the current staffing crisis and use their best judgment when they make decisions for the district so that our budget reflects our stated value of respecting our educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up are items from trustees, reporting out if any trustee has anything to report out.
I'll start. I have nothing to report out except for graduation or promotion, 8th grade, and it was a great day.
Thank you, Ted. Any report?
Yes, so the promotion ceremony at New Brighton was great. Got a little bit of a sunburn, starting to peel. Elections next week, and you will be able to vote in person at New Brighton starting on Saturday, I believe, and from 9 to 5 all the way through the election time. I attended a California School Boards Association conference 2 weekends ago. The big topic, of course, was the budget going forward, and it's kind of going in the weeds, but the idea is that if there's any surplus, that it should go to funding the base rather than any of the other parts of the budget. And we think that's going to happen. But I will tell you that at the moment, it's a tug of war between the governor, the state senate, and the assembly. And so we're tasked with passing a budget. They haven't done theirs yet. So we're going to base a budget on a press release from the governor from the middle of May. Now, the other thing I want to mention is that I contacted our local legislators by email and asked them to revise this year's budget to increase Prop 98 COLA to 8%. If that's something you think is a good thing, I would ask you to do the same. There's still 30 days left in this year, and they still can revise this year's budget. I'm done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I volunteered with the 5th grade field trip at Main Street, and then we had field day at Main Street School, which is just such a wonderful event. Teachers just they had the entire school in colors, and parents were there, and they rotated all the students through activities. It just is was a highlight. So thanks, teachers.
Carolyn.
I attended the promotion ceremonies at Santa Cruz Gardens and New Brighton Middle School, really beautiful ceremonies, and I wanted to thank everyone involved in making them happen.
Thank you. I was at the New Brighton graduation ceremony as well. It was really nice to experience some joy there after a very tough school year and a really particularly heavy week. So that was really special, and I appreciate everyone who made that happen. I'm also part of the Santa Cruz County School Boards Association, and so we'd had a meeting on Monday night, and we had a presentation from Capitol Advisors on the governor's May revise and budget issues. And then in my role as board president, I do reply to communications that are sent to the board, and it's worth noting that there's been a high volume of communications, and so that takes many hours to read and respond, and that's okay. But it is a part of what I do, as well as all of the time that all of us spend, of course, reading our materials and asking questions if we have them prior to the meeting and during the meeting. So it's been a busy time, but enough about us. I think we've all gotten through our standing reports. We'll go on to our next item. So that is our presentation on the proposed budget. So this is for the budget for 2022-23, the next budget year. We will have a presentation. The way this works, if for those of you who haven't attended board meetings, presentation, the board has an opportunity first to ask questions and make comments, and then I open it up for public comment. Okay.
Okay, all right, George is kind of going to be working behind the scenes here because we had a little snafu and lost the clicker. So thank you, George, out there. And all right, so first I'll begin with the presentation, kind of starting off with a summary of the May revise. And as Trustee Rodriguez had mentioned, school services they do the largest interpretation of the proposed budget. They had a proposed, I actually printed it out because I keep it for reference and everything I do, almost 140 slides in school services budget presentation. So you can tell how in-depth that gets. And there is a major conflict going on in the state level right now between the three different groups that are kind of pushing for their different agendas. And so right now everything is, I would say, more so than any other year that I've done budgets, this is the most in flux I've ever seen budgets progress over a year, if we're talking about the proposed 22-23 budget. So if we go to the next slide, George. So we'll just start with some of the overview statewide regarding the budget and kind of whittle it back down to how it applies to school districts. Overall, it's a $12.7 billion additional ongoing investment into K-12 education. That's one of the biggest things that the governor is proposing. And so I'd like to continue to remind everyone that this is a proposal from the budget, for the budget from the governor. Until it is signed in legislation, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And not only within the proposal, there are many different factors, but we also have trailer bills and additional language out there from other interest groups that are putting in kind of their own wanting to tag on to what the governor is trying to propose right now. The Dow Jones is significantly down from January 22. We've seen large fluctuations in our economy right now, and a lot having to do with factors outside of the control of California, the global factors that have moved things up and down. The good thing is unemployment rates are coming back up to pre-pandemic rates, which we were at a high at one point of over 9%, and we are leveling back off at right around 4.9, 4.8%, which is more in line for the country and for the state of California. Real estate prices are soaring. They have been significantly in the last couple of years. This last year, most dramatically at a 20% increase from May of 2021. And personal income, capital gains, and sales and use tax continues to grow year over year. And I've mentioned this before, the top 1% of California earners make up 49% of the income that's brought in by taxes. And so that is a significant swing when there's movement within the state of California of some of our high 1%ers. Our next slide, please, George. Some of the factors on, forgive me, this one came out on a little on the fuzzy side for me. Grab my other one. Some of the factors, thank you, this is a slide taken directly from school services. I really appreciated this slide because it kind of delineates straight out the risks to the budget and long-term forecasting. There's a lot of money now that the governor is wanting to infuse into education and statewide budgeting, which is great. But some of that is uncertain based on just what we don't know. Inflation continues to rise. Supply chain bottlenecks, these continue to happen to again cause more inflation. The volatility of the stock market going up and down is one of the factors that for a lot of people, retirement right now is really hard if your retirement is based on a 401k or an investment situation. And then the war in Ukraine continues to put additional financial strains on the country, and that trickles down basically to the federal and state level. For our next slide, go to the next slide, George. The governor is proposing, his new proposal is a 5.6% COLA. This is up from 5.33 from his January budget. Yes, for the 22-23 school year, this is the largest COLA in LCFF history. not in the state's history, but since LCFF has been implemented. Again, this is a COLA for 22-23. We are not talking about 21-22. Proposed one-time $8 billion discretionary block grant. This is one of the big ones the governor is proposing, mainly because he has listened to a lot of his constituents, and people have said, and stop putting money in categorical funds where we are held to and tied to the restrictions to those categoricals. Give us money that we can use at our own discretion. And so the governor listened, and he is putting $8 billion in a discretionary block grant. So more information on that is going to be coming out on exactly what that can be used for. But my understanding, this is pretty unrestricted, up to the board to decide how we would delineate those funds. There's also multiple different proposals for ADA mitigation floating out there, and one of them will have to be adopted because there is no way. The cliff that everyone is dropping off of for 22-23, because all the hold harmless is being lifted, is going to cause a huge impact. This is one of the proposals, which is either your current year or your prior year, which is what we base our ADA and enrollment on currently, or the computed ADA average for the prior 3 years of ADA. To note, in the coming year, if this were to come to pass for 22-23, 2021 was a non-ADA year because it didn't really exist in the world of attendance accounting. And so we would have the benefit of using 1920 and not have to, because we did our own personal accounting, but for the state that wasn't recorded. So the rolling average over the 3 years would be a benefit. It's a softer landing than the cliff we're falling off of, but it will eventually come to pass unless ADA and enrollment starts to come back up again. George, if you could go to the next one, please. This is just a representation. Again, this is another slide from school services that I really liked. It shows a great representation of how much that we're down more than 270,000 students in enrollment in the state of California from the beginning of the pandemic until now. That's significantly reduces our Prop 98, as that's based on enrollment. And many factors are based on Prop 98. One of them is the distribution of an enrollment, and as enrollment increases, or decreases, I should say, the ADA to enrollment percentage is in all of these things listed here: quarantine and illness, independent study, unsigned master agreements, homework not returned in a timely manner, audit findings. That was not for us. I'll just point that out. We had no audit findings in our independent study or our attendance at all. But this is a huge loss. Normally the district would be 95.5%, 96% in our attendance ratio. We were at one point down to 88% attendance ratio. And as you can tell, that just significantly, I mean, that's just across the board. 90, we're hovering back around 90%, I think is how we'll end the year, which is actually a pretty good place, sadly to say, because that is very, very low, but for a lot of districts, that's actually pretty high. So this is just kind of representation of what that ADA cliff looks like. And without mitigation, solid mitigation from the state to help us mitigate those in the future, not just for 22-23, there's no recovering from that, not in the short term. This is just another slide. Next slide, please, George. Regarding multi-year projections. These are things that we talk about all the time. It is a mathematical equation. It is based on industry standards, economic assumptions, decisions that have already been made, local calculated data points. It's really hard, especially in the year that we're heading into with everything's uncertain. We all know it's going to get better. We just don't know how much it's going to get better and in what area it's going to get better. With the multiple proposals, as we'll talk about later, for one-time monies, there's still a lot of one-time money being dropped into the budget and still being on a restricted area. And it's just really hard to not know. The governor will say $100 million for this pot of money. We're not going to tell you right now how much and how that's going to be divvied up for your school district. We'll let you know after the school year begins. There's no way for me to forecast that and put that in the 22-23 budget. I can only give recommendations to the board as to what I think is upcoming. And then potentially sometimes it's after Christmas before we're notified what our actual allocation is going to be in a proposed new categorical fund. George, please. So just some other, just talking about it, we had some of the proposed ongoing funding would be another round of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which is what they've dubbed ELOP, approximately $2,500 per classroom-based ADA in grades TK through 6. This is by the UPP, and prior year ADA are used in this calculation. This is a substantial amount of money, but this money is very, very restricted. These are funds that are to be used to enhance our current programs, to add before and after school programs, to add additional intersessions, Christmas, Thanksgiving, spring break, Christmas, to lengthen the school year, add time before and after the school year. So there's a lot of legislative push right now because it is a large pot of money to loosen up the restrictions of those funds, to be able to use ELOP in a way that would enhance the school day, not just make it longer. There, again, a proposed $1 billion for ELOP infrastructure funds. This is to be distributed evenly over 4 years. This is mainly to, if districts don't have the ability to run before and after school programs, this gives them the funds to create the infrastructure for remodeling classrooms, adding additional classrooms, restrooms, play areas, additional seating areas. These funds would be specifically targeted to. Again, extremely specific target for a lot of these funds. And at least 75% of the grant funds must be used for arts education programs. And this is where this comes in, is what they're really pushing for. The arts education is a big initiative, especially going into this budget. There's a lot of push towards that. But when you make the funds restricted to only new, it's really hard. And especially if they're before and after school.
This is on silent. My apologies.
It's nice.
It's relaxing.
I know, right? The one great thing about this is we've been able to do an arts initiative last year and going into the next school year based on ESSER funds that we would have never been able to do. As you know, without the passage of the parcel tax, we were not able to bring back arts and music in the form that we had wanted. So ESSER relief funds have allowed us to bring that back. And with ELOP moving forward, and with these funds, if they are then ultimately being able to use to enhance school day programs, that's a program that we can continue.
Forward, please.
There's a proposed $596 million to fund universal access to subsidized school meals. This is the universal feeding. We've had the federal version of this going on now for the last 2 years. The federal version plus now the state is coming in there. It's a slow go is what I'll say to this. The intent and the goal is for 2 free meals for every student every day to be offered, and funding for districts to be able to provide that, and the infrastructure for school districts to upgrade to do more scratch cooking, more alternative cooking is the intent for this. And it's just been a very slow roll to get where we need to be. We still have to account for the students. We still have to report for the students. We still have to do everything that we had to do before for every student, but in a different format of trying to receive our funding back. There's also a proposed $45 million one-time to support the implementation of the California Healthy Schools Meals Pathway Program. These are additional programs offered to districts to start, home-based cooking or scratch cooking for students in home-based kitchens. Next one, please, George. There is a proposal for $885 million one-time funds to build a teacher pipeline to educator competency. This is almost double from what was originally proposed in the January budget. This is a big initiative for our governor and offering these funds. What I can say about this is the intent of this is great. Love the music, love the little one. There's nothing delineating how these funds are to be distributed. And so this is yet another problem there. This is yet another pot of money that I cannot build into our 22-23 budget. I have nothing to go on right at this point on how those funds would be distributed. So these are just proposals so that the board knows these are possible things down the pipeline. I'm happy to say that the proposed $80 million one time for classified school employee summer assistance program is being put back into the budget again. This is a program that was started multiple years ago, and these are for classified staff members who work 10 and 11 months. They make under a minimum threshold. I think it's under 40,000 right now. If it's off the top of my head, they can apply for a 1-to-1 reimbursement through these funds. So for up to 10% of their monthly income, they can put that up against, and the state will pay dollar for dollar the 10% back during the summer recess for them, so that they have an income during those summer recess months. This was an initiative that was backed very heavily by CSCA. So it's nice to see it back in the budget again. And this is not a mandatory program. A district has to voluntarily opt into it, and we have since the beginning. The proposed $20 million one-time TK teacher residency program and technical assistance. Again, these are more funds for initiatives that there's no delineated timeline and or distribution method. Proposed 1.7 billion one-time for deferred maintenance programs. The governor is wanting to put a huge infusion into the budget to upgrade our facilities, and for districts that can't pass bonds, which are different than a parcel tax, as a bond is what we use to build and make capital improvements. Those are sometimes difficult to pass in a lot of communities. So there's a possibility we'll receive some of this money, but typically most of this money, from what I've been reading, will end up going to districts with a very high free and reduced count or unduplicated count, as they call it, is usually this distribution kind of goes. There's a proposal for 1.5 billion one-time school transportation grant program for zero emission school bus fleets. This is great. We have aging buses, aging buses that I don't want to put another penny into. And part of our infrastructure upgrade program that we're currently going through is putting EV stations here at New Brighton in the front and in the back. And we have applied for a grant for the possibility of 3 electric buses. So we were hoping for 1, we applied for 3. And so these funds would continue to allow the district to upgrade its facilities to be able to take on more of those zero emission buses. And white fleet, it's a big push right now. Buses are, along with cars, such a hard thing to purchase right now. There's very few available. The ones you can find are extremely expensive. There's a 1 to 2 year waiting list just to get a bus made right now, and we're finding it very difficult to get that fulfilled. So a lot of districts, and something we've looked at, is purchasing some large white vans as backups. Because of not having, but we have gas and diesel buses still that we do want to eventually phase out for electric buses. And this would give an opportunity with our EV stations to add on electric vans in place, so that the district could use those for a variety of different reasons. The next slide, please, George. This is yet another slide strictly from school services. I stole this one because it is the most comprehensive I've ever seen. Delineating right down to the resource code of all of the ESSER funds, well, not just ESSER, GEAR, any COVID available funds. As you can see, they have it broken down and they delineated time frame starting with September 30, 2022, all the way to September 30, 2024, when the last of those COVID funds need to be fully expended from the budget. For every one of these resources and for every one of these pots of money, for the district, this total just over $6 million. And quarterly, I have to report out individually for every resource, every dollar that we've spent within that quarter. I then have to do an annual report that reports out that we were in compliance with any plan, like there's an ESSER 3 plan that Jessica, I'm going to say Jessica and I say Jessica wrote so beautifully. I added the dollars to it, and that we have to submit those plans, and so they line up specifically with the funding on those plans. A lot of these you will see, it's hard to see in the LCAP presentation that Jessica is going to be giving later as part of our the LCAP is a document. The money within the LCAP comes from a different variety of programs within the budget. There is no LCAP money. There is an LCAP, and then there are funds that are assigned within the LCAP. That could be state, that could be local, that could be federal, that could be one time, that could be ongoing. The document is the LCAP. George, please. So what's not included? There is no proposal for relief from STRS and PERS. They are continuing and continuing to go up. I have to budget 3 to 4% every year just to keep up with the increased costs of STRS and PERS. They just take a huge chunk out, and with any relief coming, no relief coming from the state to buy down that debt, that will continue to be put upon districts to eat the difference until I'm not sure when, because every time they say there's an ending, it continues on. And so, PERS is getting up there at 26.1%, I believe, the district contribution, and 19.1%, I believe, for STRS are the proposed So that's right out of, that's 26% of a classified person's salary goes, we have to pay straight, the district pays straight for their retirement. Not to mention all the other statutories that are included on that, unemployment, workers' comp, Medicare, all those different areas. Transportation funding and relief from the decrease in unduplicated numbers. We do not have any less children who have need in our district. Our children have great need in our district. We have the inability now to identify those students because free and reduced applications are no longer a necessity to receive a free meal. We encourage families, we work with families. I work with the front office staff. We try to meet once a month. We talk about this. We try to get families to fill this out. We've tried alternative income forms that we've sent out to families to fill out. They were not received well. And so, these are an important part to keep up our supplemental funding, not to mention multiple other funding areas are based on UPP, which is the unduplicated count. So that is another huge push that they're looking at, that they want fixed in the final budget revision, that something needs to be done to mitigate the loss due to no longer having free and reduced forms as a form of collecting that data. And so I'm hoping that does make it into the final budget, because that will have a huge impact on a lot of funding we receive. George, please. So the 22-23 adopted final comments, the district is able to make its financial obligations for the proposed budget year in the next 2 fiscal years. We always have to live 3 years in advance. Any decision we make now is $3 3 years from now. And so part of my job is to make sure that we are not only fiscally solvent in our current year, but we can make that 2 year out. I will typically look at the 3rd and 4th year out just in my own calculations. They are not something that I use to base decisions that we make on now, but they are a good guide to be able to see the trends as they go through the years. It's also a good trend to have when you look back at your multi-year projections. Our reserves are well above 3% for economic uncertainty. That is the legal requirement, and we are well above that. And we are well above that because a lot of those, and we'll talk about that in a minute when we look at our multi-year projections and our unassigned funds that are falling to the bottom line, and kind of the composite of why that amount is where we're at right now. I continuing to monitor and enrollment. Enrollment and ADA drive our budget. They drive our budget. So anything that we can do to increase enrollment in ADA specifically, will only bring more money into the district. George. Did I skip that slide?
Oh, healthy.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
Sorry,
it's
healthy
okay. I was
reserves,
thinking
yeah,
there was
for-
something different about healthcare. Okay, got it. Sorry.
No, well, that is a good point. Thank you though for bringing that up. Healthcare costs are up on the rise as well, and those just continue to rise along with everything else. But this was a typo. That is a healthy reserve for the coming year. I'm so sorry. And then the next slide, George. So we just continue to monitor our expenses and make adjustments as needed. I'm constantly updating our budget based on new information that comes in. We receive new allocation amounts. We received revised allocation amounts throughout the year for both revenue and expense. I can make an estimate on when I'm building my budget, especially for 22-23. I look at all of the income that we've received in the current year. I pretty much drop that into an Excel spreadsheet. I go program by program and I look at those revenue factors and I say which one of these are one time, which one of these are ongoing. We look at the ongoing monies and then we determine, are these funds that we can predict now that the state or federal government are going to either eliminate or reduce in some fashion. We make adjustments based on that. With anything unknown, we leave as is, because if I don't know that there's a reduction, there's no point in making a reduction. So we usually carry forward the same amount that we received in the current year. And then we go back and we look at our one-time funds. We look at our carryover funds year over year. When we talk about carryover funds, we're talking about funds that are within restricted accounts that can only be carried over within that account year over year over year. Almost every restricted program that we have, I in some fashion or form have to provide either through the Con App or the CARS Act, which requires the delineation between all of our federal funding and how we spent that. And we do a 36, 24, and 18-month expenditure plan that we have to report out 3 times a year. So with that, we just adjust the revenue for the multi-year projections according to the governor's final budget in July, and we update based on school services dartboard. You know, in this particular year, all years are tight. Board dockets have to be in a week before, you know, the board meeting. SACS reports, you know, they're well over 100 pages. They take, you know, quite a bit of time. I will say before we look at the SACS report for the board, it is slightly different in format this year. I don't know if anyone knows. Yeah. SACS, because everybody wanted to do new, decided to go web-based. And so we had to learn a whole new platform on how to report SACS. And so it's slightly tweaked from the original version, but not a whole lot better, but a little bit different looking. And so, but this particular year for our particular district, because we do a first and third board meeting, that meant June 1st was when the budget would have to be proposed for the board. And so with how late the May revise comes out, that doesn't leave a lot of time for making adjustments. And so usually in any typical year anyways, most of May revise is implemented in July after the budget is adopted, and we kind of have a better idea of where we're sitting. So anything that will be adopted in the July budget will then we'll have a 45-day revision requirement from the state and the county. And so we will get that to you guys in August. And just because next slide, George, please. I love my quotes. Nothing can dim the light which shines from within. Maya Angelou. I just really like that one and thought it was appropriate for this evening. And so with that, oh, I say thank you and questions, but hold on, thank you and questions.
Yeah, we need to look at the yellow line.
Yep, we need to look at the yellow line. As you can tell, if you look at the multi-year projections, I'm sorry, if you look at the SACS report, there is the front page that says met and not met. And we do meet all the things that we need to meet in order to have a positive budget, which is a budget that can sustain itself in the budget year and 2 years out. So I'm happy to report that is the budget that I'm presenting to the board this evening for consideration. So this year on page 127 of your docket, I always include the multi-year projections. This year I broke it out by restricted and unrestricted, and then restricted, unrestricted in totality. Typically what I will report to the board is the third page, which is the summarization. But I thought we could kind of go over a little bit the difference between restricted and unrestricted, more specifically because we have a new board member who's come on, and I know this is probably your first foray into SACS and multi-year projections. So I thought this was a good opportunity to take a look at that. If you look at the 21-22 projected budget, our LCFF calculation is 16.8 million. That does still have hold harmless mitigation for us under ADA. When you look at the 22-23 LCFF sources, we drop down to 15.3 million. That large drop in unrestricted LCFF funding is strictly related to our decrease in ADA and enrollment that has finally caught up to us after the last few years. So that's where we take our first big hit. And then when you work your way down under the unrestricted fund, there's not a lot of difference in revenue. Most of our revenue comes in restricted. So you see very few variances year over year in state and local. Local is mainly consistent of donation accounts and other smaller programs that we have. And so our big chunk in the general fund comes from LCFF. The negative line is our contributions. These are contributions that we have to make to sustain special education, routine restricted maintenance, all the programs that we have to provide, but we do not receive full funding for. And then if you go down under, there's a difference you'll see between 21-22 and 22-23 under salaries, specifically certificated salaries. That is one through the attrition of vacancies. But the main amount of that comes specifically from the reduction of 1 FTE because of our decrease in enrollment. We were able to reduce by 1 FTE. Under classified salaries, you'll see a jump year over year, and that is because we have settled with CSEA and we were able to get the retro on, which was a huge help for me because I was able to adjust my budget models in order to forecast what those changes would look like to the general fund and to the restricted fund year over year without having to making forecasting. These are actual amounts that was able to get in there. You'll see the biggest swing under health and welfare, employee benefits, and that is a direct relation to the increase in PERS and STRS over the next 3 years. And then, as you can tell, our supplies in the general fund are very moderate because we do not spend a lot out of the general fund. Most of our supply accounts, when I say supplies, 4,000s are typically spent on materials, consumables, workbooks, adoptions, that sort of thing. Where you see the large amount under 5,000s in the general fund, that almost $1 million of that is specifically made up of our utilities. PG&E, water, electric, garbage, all of those make up phone, make up that huge chunk, with a few other areas under some contracted expenses that we have, like our audit contract, and legal and other small areas. Oh, I'm so sorry. Under the 8,000s interfund transfers at the top, you'll see 365,000. You'll also see the corresponding 365,000 in the 7,000s interfund and transfers out. That is an accounting transfer. We move money from our capital facilities program into our deferred maintenance program so that we can continue working on our deferred maintenance programs, because we do not receive funding for that. And that is an allowable accounting transfer, but per GASB, we can't go straight from what is called an upper fund to an upper fund. So we can't go from 25 to 14. We have to go from fund 25 to fund 1, and then we go back into fund 14. So you'll see corresponding entries that basically is just a wash.
GASB.
GASB, yes.
Jenna,
So it looks as though it's revenue, but it's not actual revenue because you moved it from
one fund
to the other.
Yeah.
is the Government Accounting Standards Board. And so it's a group that rules on how the numbers are supposed to be done.
That is for the governmental accounting world. That is our our guiding principle.
For the for-profit world, it's FASB. So there's different for each group.
So if you go down the line, you'll see that we're deficit spending now by about 700, almost 700, 668,000, excuse me. In the 22-23 year, we had projected and we planned for deficit spending in 22-23 and 23-24. We knew this was coming. We knew the ADA mitigation wouldn't last forever. And so we've been saving our ending fund balance to kind of cover that cost. I'm happy to say that the COLA did increase slightly. So we did go from $1 million, almost $1 million deficit spending to just under 700,000 for 22-23. And then as you go down the line, the 613,000 is our reserve for economic uncertainty. That's 3%. That is a requirement for a district our size to have a 3% reserve at all times. The 200,000 that is set aside currently in the 22-23 year is for the next adoption that we will be having hopefully in 22-23. So I've reduced it from the 21-22 school year because at this point we know that we are not going to continue to spend. We won't have to set that money aside this year because we know the year's ending. We're not making the adoption this year. Hopefully we'll make the adoption next year. And so we set those funds aside. Which brings us to the golden yellow line. The yellow line of the unassigned funds is the line that we can use, that is unrestricted ending fund balance. And those are the funds that we use year over year to either mitigate our deficit spending and or for other purposes such as raises. And that is the other reason we've been setting these funds aside in anticipation of settlement agreements. So I am projecting a 1689 is where we are currently with our enrollment. I am continuing to project a flat enrollment. I've talked to the COE about this. Enrollment right now is just it's just so hard to predict. I'm going with a flat enrollment, but what we have done to try to mitigate that is we've gone up every year from 90% to 93% to 94% to 95% in the out years to bring that ADA up to more in line where we were pre-pandemic. So the enrollment to ADA ratio is changing, but our enrollment is staying flat. And this is to try to help level us off because eventually we will have kids back in school more often. We won't have them out as often as we've had over the last couple of years. And so so if we go to the next page on the docket, that's our restricted multi-year projections. And so you'll notice from the last time I presented to the board, which was second interim under the federal funds, those were a lot higher. In order to create the programs that we are going to have in 22-23 with our one-time ESSER money, And our COVID relief funding, I call it ESSER, but it can be a variety of monies per GASB. We reduce our expenditures and we reduce our revenue in the budget, and we put that budget into the next fiscal year. And that increase is directly related to our ESSER 3 plan, where we have continued to provide counselors at each of our school sites to continue on with our arts integration teachers and some other smaller areas that the district has in the ESSER 3 plans. So as you can see, the bulk of the money sits in the 4,000s, the 3.8 million under restricted. You can see how in 22-23 that drops down to 347,000. That is what we will have based on our ongoing our ongoing programs, slip of the tongue, in 22-23. And that is the removal of both the revenue and the expense of any of our mitigation COVID funding and or one-time funding that we have expended or don't expect to receive again. So the bulk of the swing that comes is not from the general fund, it comes from the unrestricted, it comes from the restricted fund. And that's because, as you can see in the presentation, I have the volatility of how our state provides funding, and it is not through the LCFF base. It is through a variety of one-time programs and ongoing state and federal programs. And so we take those into account. I do the same thing, drop everything into a spreadsheet, review every program run by one, figure out which ones are continuing, which ones are not, which ones are changing based on ADA or mitigation factors, and then build those into the budget. We start with our base of our staffing. That's where our budget always starts, is with our staffing, and our escape is able to take every staffing position we currently have, roll into the next year, upload any salary adjustments that are made based on natural step and column, and then they recompute based on workers' compensation or any other areas that have changed for the upcoming year, spurs and stirs, anything like that. And then it will give me a new budget model where I have a basis to start for position related. This is also where you'll see where the negative 3,047,693 was on the unrestricted side. You'll see a positive revenue contribution amount of 3,047,693. That is the direct correlation of bringing general fund revenue into restricted programs to cover the cost of the programs that we're required to provide but don't receive enough funding for. So as you can see, the ending fund balance in the restricted side of the house is zero, because we never have an ending fund balance in restricted. It is expected that we will spend the funds that we receive on the programs we receive them in based on what we are utilizing them for. And then the next year, we build our budget based on what our new assumptions are.
So restricted funds that are unused at the time that the grant expires are returned, aren't they?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Yes. If it's a program, and all of the programs that you saw on the presentation earlier related to COVID relief have an expiration date, and if funds are not spent by that expiration date, they do go back.
So you don't spend it, you lose it.
Correct. Yes. And so that takes you to the next page, which is our multi-year projection, restricted, unrestricted budget. And that is a combination where everything comes together as one. So what you can see is the yellow line from our restricted doesn't change to our combined yellow line amount, which is our unassigned funds, because there are no leftover unassigned funds in the restricted budget. So with that, and then if we look at the, I should mention 23, 24 and 24, 25, you do see there is a significant swing in LCFF coming back up. Part of that is the ADA mitigation that we talked about that would help bring those factors back up again. And part of that is just additional COLAs that are right now in statute for the out years. So you'll see both contributing to the fact that LCFF will take a swing up, and those amounts will significantly change as time goes on, depending every year as the governor proposes his budget. And any questions from the board?
All right, so now's the time for questions or comments from the board, or if the superintendent wants to chime in, we will take that first.
Well, thank you, all of that.
Yeah, I would just say that thank you for the very thorough presentation. And there are no comments on email for this item.
Okay. All right, back to questions, comments from the board.
Comment. Well, actually, it's, okay, so you have the contributions that go from unrestricted to restricted. So that is something that has to, so the unrestricted has to cover the or the restricted. And usually that is done when legislation makes a cut to a restricted program, right? And then we have to backfill it by class size reduction. That's kind of what happened with that. So programs that we have to have, we cannot cut. We have to contribute to it.
But yes, that's a great, the biggest one in that pot of money is special education. Special education is not funded by any means to the level it needs to be funded. The district receives roughly $600,000-ish under the 6,500 special education pocket. There's other pockets of money, that being the one that has the bulk of where our costs come from. Those, we make roughly a $200,000 contribution. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, my numbers are right together. A $2 million contribution to special education every year, roughly, to bring that program up to where it needs to be.
So you're saying we received $600,000 from federal funds, federal and state combined?
State funds.
For special education. And then the district contributes about 2 million. Okay.
They have to.
Right, of course, it's important. It's just that it's not.
It's not
It's not
funded.
given,
Right.
it's not funded. It is not given to us to spend on that purpose.
Yeah. And there has been, I will say, in the last year or two, the governor has made the biggest strides I've seen in my time in education towards getting fully funding or somewhat funding special education as a priority in the budget.
I've got a question, but I do want to.
Oh, you can go.
Okay. And Carolyn probably has questions too. She's just a really tiny square, so. But I'll remember. I have questions about the ADA mitigation, average daily attendance. I know there's a lot of acronyms in this world. And so the balance, right? So LCFF funding, the way we get the majority of our funds. And there's some interplay between average daily attendance and enrollment. And you talked about there are some proposals for ADA mitigation, but they haven't yet. We don't know yet which way the legislature is going to go. So if we don't get that information until after we approve a budget, which we're mandated and required to do by June 30th, how does that then affect what we can do in the future with the budget?
The typical rule is if they're in the year of COVID, when the governor had proposed in January 20 a 10% reduction to the LCFF base, it was mandatory that the districts compensate for that and show that reduction because it could have a negative impact to the overall budget and the overall life of the district. In cases where mitigation factors will only benefit the district, it's typically a 45-day rule. After we have 45 days from the date that the state adopts the budget to revise our current budget, bring it to the board and let the board know the changes to the budget in a positive way. And so that would be it once the budget is adopted, and in our August meeting, that would be proposed to the board.
Okay, and you don't have any secret insider knowledge about what that might look like for us?
No, I do believe that the factor that I had talked about was the most popular one.
Okay.
And that's the current or prior or 3-year rolling average. It is the softest fall for most districts to take that impact. There was talk and there was a proposal out there to fund districts based on enrollment as opposed to average daily attendance. And that is, we are only one of 6 states in the United States that funds their school system on attendance of our students as opposed to enrollment of our students. And this is a variety of factors that our state believes that without holding that over a district, they will not actively try to make sure that attendance is a large part of the student's education, which is one way to look at it. And so there was a lot of talk out there that California would move to an enrollment based, and there was some legislation out there that was being brought forward that was was trying to promote that, but in a way that would not be beneficial to most districts, because any gain from moving from the ADA to enrollment factor would have, the money would have had to be used directly to support systems that would mitigate attendance. And so it wasn't like just, we're going to increase your base. It was another program to target a specific area.
So my follow-up question, because I want to try to understand, right? We talked about the current projected, the budget from LCFF sources is the 16.8-ish million, and then the projected budget for 22-23 is 15.3-ish million. That is based on not knowing, maybe, I mean, if we know what the ADA mitigation is that the hope that that is going to change that number and increase it for us because we'd be able to go back to 1920, or is this based on 1920?
No, this is based on what is in statute now, which is the current or prior year, the better of the current or prior year, and with the lower COLA factor, because those were the two things that were put forward. And so school services and FIGMAT is who produces the LCFF calculator based on all of these factors, and they take all this history, and you download the calculator and you put in your district's information, and you do forecasting through the LCFF calculator. And this is where you put in your projected ADA, you put in your projected enrollment, it gives you the different percentages. They even came out with a disclaimer that said that there are so many mitigating factors out there right now, they cannot produce a calculator that can encompass them to the extent of the variety and the varying of them. So they are producing a calculator like they always do based on what we know at the time of adoption.
Okay, thank you. That clears it up for me. Sorry, I took some time. Questions? Yeah.
So I'm real new to this, and sometimes that's nice to have someone in the room that asks the really super basic questions that everyone groans about. But so I'm looking at the 22-23 budget, and that's what the district is expecting the state to give us. Is that
You're talking
right?
about the multi-year projections or of the
No.
SACS report?
Yeah, it's
What page?
page is this 37. Do you have that in front of you? It's
Okay, yes.
yeah, it's A, revenues,
So-
LCFF sources, Federal Reserve, state revenue. So that's what the district thinks that the state or all of those sources will be giving us. Is that right?
Yeah. What you see on page 37 is the exact replica of what you see in the Excel spreadsheet. It's just made in a more user-friendly manner. So yes, those are LCF calculations are based on the calculation, and all the other revenue source, because 37 is general fund only. So this doesn't encompass, I don't believe. I'm so sorry. It's really tiny.
It does say
Yeah, it
general
is.
fund at the top, county school
Mhm.
service fund. It is tiny.
It is. Oh, no, this is all of our funding. I apologize. Yes, this is taking into account what we know we're going to receive through the LCFF calculator now based on our LCFF funding, and then looking at the historical nature of revenue that we've received, and then taking out any one-time monies that we know are not reoccurring.
Okay, so just to really sink it in, the district thinks that we're gonna get a total of about 19 million.
19.4 million. Yes, that's based on everything we know right now.
Okay. The thing that I'm noticing is that it's negative in all the columns. It's kind of undershooting all these possible sources of income. Is that normal to kind of undershoot by some of these really big percents, 57%?
I would tell you if it wasn't pre-COVID, no, that is not normal. Revenues do not fluctuate in this manner. They have not since the Great Recession in 08-09. Revenue streams specifically for, general fund are very, very stable. We're restricted funds year to year. Governors have pet projects and there's different monies that come and go, but you don't typically see the swing. These swings are all specifically being generated by all of the COVID relief funding that's coming in and out of our budget these last couple of years.
The one-time funding.
The one-time
Right, so,
funding.
okay.
But so then and then when we compare it to what we actually received this year, right? When we look at the other column, then how much we got in all of those places is significantly more, right? Than what we think is gonna kind of come next year is kind of is that what I'm seeing? Is that we got more money this year, 21, 22. But then when we look ahead of what we think is gonna happen, the district is projecting that it's gonna be really much lower in from all of these sources.
Correct, because part of this isn't actuals, this is projected budget right now. So this is what we're projecting the budget will come in at both expense and revenue. This also includes any carryover from the prior year. So every year, if you have carryover, when you're booking the next year, when I'm looking at 22, 23 and say my Title I budget was $250,000 this year and a $50,000 carryover, that's a $300,000 budget for the 21-22 year. I would not book 300,000 in 22-23 because 50,000 of that was carryover from the prior year. I would book what I know is going to be coming in revenue sources, which would be the 250,000. So you would generally always see a reduction because you're removing carryover amounts that are no longer. We assume we're spending our carryover. That's the assumption. That's what we do in school business. This is how we forecast. We assume we're spending the money that we receive. And then when we shore up at the end of the year, I'll bring back the unaudited actuals. And then that delineates what we actually received and we actually spent. And then we start doing booking entries like deferred revenue and unused funds and a whole variety of accounting purposes. But to the basic question, yes, every year you will see a difference between what is current and what you're projecting. These last couple of years have been just so significant.
I guess it's just so shocking because I read the May revise and man, I was excited.
It is exciting.
There were so many pockets in there. There were salary money, there was money everywhere, and I don't see it.
Is it I'm sorry, is it a question?
Maybe it's not.
I'm trying to figure. I
don't know. I guess people feel different about what you read in the May revise of what was proposed.
I don't know if people feel different. I only know what I know. This is, this is everything, kind of specifically related to the presentation. They're all proposals, and almost every proposal you see doesn't come with a delineation on how to determine what that funding would be. So I only know the funding that they've given me to know what that would be at this point. And that is the LCFF funding based on all of our own district's factors, not based on anything else, our ADA, our enrollment. And so that's all that I can go on right now.
If it does come in bigger, what happens to it? Where would it go in what we're looking at? Is it
it depends. If the base or an augmentation to base, which have different factors that they have out there that they're talking about, increasing the COLA to base or augmenting the base by a certain percentage, you would see that 15.3 million under LCFF sources. That's the number that would increase because that's strictly going to base. There are a couple proposals for add-ons that they're talking about that would be going into LCFF base. There's also some mitigation they're talking about for grade span adjustment and different inner workings within LCFF, supplemental funding. Those are all tied back to LCFF base. Most of the proposals that were in here of one-time monies would all be considered restricted. And so you wouldn't see those on the first sheet that we talked about. You'd see those on the second sheet. And then you book the budget and the revenue and the expense based on the allocation factor that they will let us know if we even qualify for some of these. There's most of the time we don't even qualify based on our number, our free and reduced number.
See if Carolyn has any questions.
No, actually, those are good questions. Thanks for asking. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask about the reserve, the kind of what goes into determining exactly what percentage reserve. I know the minimum is 3%, but we go over that. So what goes into determining what we end up having specifically?
That would change from district to district and or from your year to year budget. I mean, the statutory minimum is 3%. 3% is 2 weeks worth of salary for our district, not even. And so most districts, don't want to keep just 3%. They want to keep a level higher than that. Full transparency, I would not want our district to keep the level that we're currently at because those funds were meant to be given for negotiations.
So I might add, Carolyn, that in the for-profit world, you want to have working capital, so cash on hand, to survive for at least 3 months.
Yeah.
So that's just, common sense.
Do you know what percentage that is? I mean, to totally put your math on the spot.
Where we're at now, 18-20%. I mean, you're looking at, which is extremely high. It's a very high ending fund balance. 10% is, what we would say in our industry is a healthy reserve for a district, but that is a lofty goal, for most districts to try to keep even 10%.
And will you just restate what you said about why we have this extra amount in here right now?
We have the extra amount here for twofold. We have been saving for our deficit spending that we knew was coming, and we've been saving for contract negotiations that we knew that were going to be happening that started at the beginning of 2021, and we have not come to an agreement. So those funds are still sitting there set aside, waiting for us to use them. They are not being repurposed in any way. We do, like I said, they were twofold purposes: cover our deficit. Thankfully, our deficit was minimized by adjustments that we know now for the 2 out years. And then, we have to end our 3rd year out in a positive manner, or we file qualified or negative, depending on which of the years if we are negative in 1 or 2 of our out years. And so that's never anything that you want. And so that's why our ending fund balance is as large as it is right now.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
So, go ahead.
Just back to the reserve. So, it just shrank. Is that it says 15% on what I'm seeing, but is that 15 million or 25? It's mine just shrunk. I have to.
Sometimes it's really helpful to look at is the one on page 129 is right, the spreadsheet, but it kind of depends on what kind of learner or processor you are. But I think that one is the one that shows projected for 22-23. It's $2.38 million.
Yeah.
So just a little primer on reserves. A few years back, the GASB world put new rules in on how to do reserves. I look at other districts, believe it or not, I look at other districts' budgets, and some districts actually have created reserves for the retirement funds that they're going to have to pay out. I believe the increase this year is 2% or so more that we're going to have to pay for that. And so some districts have set aside millions of dollars to pay out all this extra retirement benefits for who knows how many more years we're going to have to do it. We don't do that. So we keep it all in one thing, but we easily could go find places that we need to put some money aside for the future.
We are required to do an actuarial study every 2 years, and I don't know why they say every 2 years, because every year you have to do an update to your 2-year plan. And it's an OPEB is what it's considered. And yes, many districts many years ago, especially districts that offer fully paid for benefits at retirement, ongoing for retirees, have had to set up OPEB accounts. We are a district that is at pay as you go, is kind of what it's considered. It's because we put it in our budget every year based on our actuarial studies.
And there is discussion, there's chatter out there that at some point in time, most school districts are going to have more staff retired on benefits than actually working.
Depending on your bubble, a lot of districts have a bubble, like they have a bubble that they reach where there's, so many in that age group that retire at the same time, and it does definitely create, and then you have your next bubble cycle come through. Right. So we look at that when we forecast for salaries and placements and like where we are in bubbles, and being a smaller district, it's much easier to forecast when, as being a district that had maybe 2,000 teachers, something like that.
But what that means is that for the active workers and for the districts, our percentage is going to go up to support all those retirees.
It could.
All right, any other questions from the board? Yes.
Yeah, I had a question about, this year, we have a huge amount in books and supplies. It's like massive. And I'm noticing we're doing more books. I mean, don't we already have a reserve of books and it's multi-year spending? It was like one-time COVID money and it got put in the books and supplies and it's still there. So shouldn't we be using that money for books and supplies?
No, we use that as a placeholder. It's for accounting purposes. I have to put I have to recognize the revenue and the expense in the year that we receive either the award or the allocation, depending on what the program is considered. And so we leave it there so we don't overinflate other areas. I wouldn't want, we have a 3-year plan for our ESSER money, and part of that plan is salaries for the multi-years out. We don't want to overinflate salaries for year over year, so we don't know. And so we keep the money. And then as you can see from our second interim report, the out years have dropped significantly because we removed money from those accounts. We put them in the salary accounts for the positions that we had designed in our ESSER 3 plans. So you just see the funds moving from one area to another year over year until they're depleted.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that's that money that can be moved. Non-restricted.
Well, that's not non-restricted. This is all restricted. If you look at the restricted side, we only have we have like about $300,000 in our unrestricted side. For those are for your typical school supplies, paper, ink, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So my question, page 66, looks at the ADA. And if I'm reading this right, we're showing our enrollment at 1,578.
I'm sorry, you said 66 or 67?
66.
66, okay.
Says at the bottom.
Oh, are you talking about the number in the circle? Not the PDF number?
Yeah.
The number in the circle.
Oh, the number in the circle.
Last time I
That's
tried
my
to use the
technical
PDF
term.
number, nobody could find it.
What was it? 60 what?
66.
I don't know how else to do it except that.
And its PDF number is 98.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for
thank
the
you, Phil.
PDF number. Okay, there we go.
So up there in criteria and standards, I see that
That's our ADA projection, not our enrollment projection.
okay.
Yeah.
And so all those numbers below are ADA projections.
Those are enrollment.
All right, so we're saying.
No, I'm sorry, those are ADA. I'm sorry.
So we're being funded at 1817, but we have 1578.
Well, if you look at that, so 1920 was the year that was the winter year that we had the highest ADA. And we have been funded on that ADA for 1920, 2021, and 21-22.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah.
But our real number is 1578.
That is our projection for next year, yes.
And we're funded at 1817.
We're funded. We are currently 21-22 funded at 1817. For 22-23, we will be funded at 1578. That's where we lose. That's where our cliff happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is how much?
Oh gosh.
Roughly.
Is that the difference between the 16.8?
No, in dollars.
No. Get my handy phone out.
That's because of COVID too.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
the
no,
one-time monies, yeah.
people have left the county.
Right, I know, but I'm saying yeah.
Roughly
the
$2 million.
1817, yeah. How much?
2 million.
Yeah. So we're going to get smaller.
Well, yes, we could. I mean, the hope would be that we grow our ADA. Well, we hope we grow our attendance. Our ADA, we can look at mitigation factors within the district to try to see what we can do to continue to bring those percentage levels back up to where we were pre-COVID.
Right.
But the hope is, yes, our enrollment does increase.
But the county and the workforce have both put out, which is 2 different county agencies, have both put out reports recently within the last month saying that the population is getting older and shrinking. And so I'm not optimistic about growing our enrollment.
We are, I believe, one of the top 5 counties, top 3 counties in the state of California that's projected to have the greatest loss in enrollment over the
Right.
next 20 years. Yeah.
And that folks who retire normally sell and go move to a warmer climate. They're not doing that here. They're staying. So we're just getting older and older. So I'm not too optimistic about growing our enrollment or ADA.
And that's why the projection is not to grow our enrollment per se. Our enrollment will stay flat. It's to hopefully grow our ADA and, through the next few years, hopefully of less absences due to COVID related issues or prolonged absences. And so if those factors continue to get better and our percentages continue to climb, that does increase our incoming LCFF revenue, even if we're not increasing enrollment.
So I'm going to make a statement, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but we're essentially funded by the population in our classrooms. I
Yes.
believe we're the only state agency that is funded on population. And so imagine if the Department of Finance was funded not by the budget that they put in, but by how many people lived in the state at every day. And that's how we're funded. We're the only entity in the state that's funded that way. And we budget for 3 years in advance, but the state only budgets for 1 year.
That's very true.
I read somewhere else in the document that you were setting at 1689, the population.
So that's
Oh,
1689.
That's the enrollment versus the ADA, right?
Yeah, that's our enrollment we are currently at 1689. So we're projecting to stay flat at 1689 with an increase in ADA.
So would you just explain that a little more? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
sure.
Okay. So our enrollment is the number of students enrolled, and that's 1,689 students currently are enrolled in the district. And ADA factors are for every day that they are present and attendance is counted for them. That's how they translate that into what they call an ADA factor. And we are funded based on those number of days that every student is in the classroom, not every student we have in the classroom. So this year being the greatest significant difference, we've ever seen due to the poor attendance rate, just because of everything is going on. It dropped us down from, say you'd have 100% attendance if every student attended every day. We are down to 90% of an attendance rate, which means that our students are only attending school 90% of the time. On average.
But this is what you talked about in your presentation. Didn't you say funding? You're saying that this is up in the air, how they're gonna address that issue, because it's a statewide issue, right? Current year funding ADA, prior year ADA, or computed average ADA using the prior 3 years ADA.
That is a mitigation factor they're looking at, yes.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, there are school districts that don't want the average because their population went up. So they want the real this year number, not an average.
It's a small percentage, but there's a percentage. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I wish.
But so then that also calculates into our budget, because we know that per student, we're going to be getting a chunk of money, right? From all the sources, the state and the government and all that. But so when we expect a low number, then doesn't that mean that our budget looks smaller?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
We actually have 1,689 students, but if we're expecting, so that's a certain amount of money. But if we think, oh, it's probably going to be a little bit less, then doesn't that mean that on our budget we would be anticipating less money?
No, because we are not. I'm not projecting that we'll have less enrollment. I'm projecting actually the opposite. Our ADA is going to go up, and our enrollment will stay flat. So that means as our ADA goes up, then our LCF factor goes up.
Even with our programs, our TK, aren't we adding classes and our DLI? No, we did. That was it. We thought of those, that it might be. Yeah.
In some
I can
years
just
there
say
would be-
that those programs, some of those programs help with having fewer inter-district transfers out of the district, which is one way to help mitigate the declining enrollment. But we're not seeing an overall increase of, of enrollment overall.
Just check back in and see if Carolyn and Scott have anything else to add before we bring it to the public for comments and questions. Look okay, all right, you're very small, but I think you guys aren't. Okay.
I do have a couple more comments on email when you're ready for them.
Oh, okay, let's start with our patient in-person folks. And if there is anyone, I have no idea if there's still anyone in the overflow room. No, thank you for checking. I appreciate that. I've been worried. They're over there by themselves, lonely. Okay, so if anyone would like to come up, we would appreciate it if you would come up to the podium. That will help for anyone who's watching on YouTube with the volume and everything, but come on up.
Hi. I don't like being on microphone, but I want to say thank you to everybody for all your time and effort in supporting our district and taking the time to run through the budget. And as a parent of 3 children in the district, I'm just coming from a place of trying to understand better. And obviously we all have the same goal of, we love our teachers. I think that's the biggest credit to you guys, right? Because you've identified and hired the most wonderful people in our lives, and we are fighting hard because we want to keep them. And that's why it's, I think, such an emotional issue, but that's really a testament to the work that you guys are doing in identifying and staffing our schools. So thank you for that. And I'm hoping that there's going to be a solution for this, but I'm really coming from a place of wanting to understand this. And so I have a few questions, and similar to you, I do not have a finance background, so they might be a little bit more basic questions, but I'm looking at the information from the budget from the last few years and looking at the LCFF funding. 1920, it was 16.1 million. 2021, it was 15.9 million. 21-22, 16.8 million. 22-23, our projection is the lowest, now 15.3. So why, with all of the, I know we're anticipating this, the largest COLA, the best budget year in California, why is it's the lowest LCFF projections in the last 3 years? Is my first question.
Because our LCF factor has been held harmless from 1920 for the last 3 years. And that was the highest the district had been in a very long time. We've been in declining enrollment. And so we got really lucky in 1920 because it ended up being our highest year, and with the held harmless funding, that's how we were funded. As we've talked about for the last 3 years, the cliff will come, and the cliff is coming in 22-23. And so it doesn't take away from the fact that our at some point we have to be based on our current enrollment and ADA factors, and we're no longer held harmless from prior years. And this is the year that begins to shore up.
Where does the 6.5% COLA play into this? How is that not increasing? Even with that considered, that is we're still anticipating less.
Absolutely.
So the 15.3 million LCFF includes a 6.5% COLA.
It includes a 5.33% in COLA.
Percent.
It was, yeah, the original
one.
COLA, yeah.
So it still needs to be adjusted to 6.53 before it's approved and
Whatever, I mean, I'm gonna just say that it's gonna be larger than that. So whatever becomes into final, the final budget in July is what will then be allocated towards 22-23.
This budget's going to be voted on in 2 weeks though, right?
Hopefully.
Okay. So
It's, yeah.
Is that adjustment going to be made before that budget is voted on? That this is, so I get, what I'm getting at is it seems like there's a pattern of low projections. And then if you look at budget, projected revenue and budget from 1920, or let's say 2021, 17.4 million, and then our actuals are 21.4. Projected revenue and let's see, the following year 19.5, but our actuals were 24.6. This year our projected is 19.4, but there's a pattern of way undershooting, And then we don't have enough money for these increases and these adjustments and all of that. But then the end of the year with all this extra money. So is there a way to not be so ultra conservative and having such a low projection when there's been a documented history of our actuals being so much higher?
It isn't a history of low projections. It is the actuals. There's when we're looking at building a budget, I can only build it on what I know. I can't incorporate carryover. So I build the budget based on what I know. And when we come back and we close our books are closed in September. We present to the board our unaudited actuals in September. And that's when we know our final amounts for the current year. Then we post any carryover into the incoming year. So these swings are based on carryover and additional new funding that we aren't aware of at the time of or incorporated at the time of the adoption of the budget. This is a normal course of every single year that this happens.
So no, in my research, there's no other district in our county that's projecting a lower budget in 22-23. So why is it our total revenue last year, 21-22, we're at 24 million, but now our projections for next year are 19.4. So we're basing it on, I'm trying to understand where the drop is. I know there's a declining enrollment and but
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm trying to answer your question, so please don't think that I'm trying to be evasive. It's a 100-page document. It takes me a month to produce it. When you're picking numbers, not you, but when numbers are being picked here and there and everywhere, just kind of, it can't be told in totality of how our budget works. Our school budgets just don't work like that. They are unique. They are not like a for-profit organization. As you can see with the criterion standards at the end of the document, there's 30 pages almost of those as we reference back year over year. When we build a budget, we build it based on what we know at the time. And so in the last couple of years, there have been large swings based on additional one-time monies. I can't change that. I can't change that our cliff of ADA comes to pass in 22-23 until the state adopts the budget and finally decides if or how a mitigation to ADA factors are going to be given at that time. So we look at historical and what our percentages would normally be. And we look at where we're at now. And that's where we build our budget. We take a significant drop in next year because all of our mitigations end. And so we are looking at what 22-23 would look like based on what we know and not based on one-time monies that are in the current budget.
So, and just generally speaking though, and I understand like line item by line, I'm having to explain that we would be here for 3 weeks with you to try to explain, I know like what's designated for what and what's one time and what's carrying over and what's not. But I'm just like the general pattern and the interpretation of the budget, that I'm reviewing and looking at the total revenue from one year to the total expenditures of that year, the total projections of the next year, the total projected expenditure. And I'm seeing that the pattern is low projections on the revenue. And that's where like, I'm just confused about if we're having if there's a better way to accurately forecast what the revenue is going to be, then it feels like there might be more wiggle room there to look at salaries and bigger significant changes for our staff and things like that. But if it's a low projected revenue, and then we don't find out till the end of the year that it's actually our actuals are much higher, then we've gone a whole another year without being able to retain it. And then one other question, I know but I just want to look specifically at this classified salaries from this year to next year, and that we're paying less in the budget for the classified salaries. I know it was -1 FTE, sorry.
Are you talking certificated?
Yes. So last year, 8.4. and this year 8.1. So with all of the discussion and all the hype and everything that's going on with all the teacher salaries, and we look at this and like, whoa, why are we spending less on teachers? One FTE that made that big difference?
No, you're looking at the unrestricted and the restricted page. If you look at the restricted page, our salaries for teachers do go down based on one FTE and some additional shore up from vacancies. The biggest swing that you'll see is from the restricted side, and that is the reduction based on what we know, positions out of categorical funding that will not be coming back. So when you add those two together, that's where you see the swing from the 8.4 to the 8.1 on the restricted and unrestricted ending fund balance.
I'm seeing, okay, the combo unrestricted plus restricted is 8.4 from this year. Combo unrestricted, restricted is 8.1 for next year, right?
Yes.
So what, so we have less restricted funds to pay teachers next year, is what you're saying.
No, we don't have less restricted funds. We are reducing FTE in the general fund, and we're not continuing on with certain positions within. This is encompassing not just flat salary. This includes subcosts, this includes additional pay, this includes carryover money. So when we look at that totally, that does change because year over year, we don't know. A lot of those monies are based on carryover that was already spent in the current year.
Okay, so, but overall, still, I guess the simple point is why is that an area that we're spending less? Is it we're losing so many veteran teachers? Is it like we've had all these vacancies? You said, it feels like, again, like with everything that's going on, that can.
I'm sorry. I know you keep asking the question and
Yeah.
I keep answering. I don't know how to answer you in a different way. I'm really sorry.
So there's no answer for why we're
There is an
spending.
answer, and I did give it to you. I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it in a way.
I would
that-
say
I'm
this
not
has been a
understanding.
very long comment. I
Yeah.
appreciate your questions. These are very, very good questions. And I would ask maybe, if you need further explanation, maybe would you be willing to send an email and we could
I would,
continue
I
that
would.
dialogue?
I would like to, I'll end on this and I'll let somebody else have an opportunity to speak. I would ask that the board doesn't approve this. I feel like there's you had some great questions. I feel like there is still some question about funds that may be coming in. I feel like FICMAT, if there's such so many eyes and such a controversy over the budget and how that's being developed, is that can we pull FICMAT in to be an independent party to kind of support the process? And that would be something I would just want to leave with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi there.
Hello. May I?
You bet.
I'm curious as to, what was my question? Are you, Michelle, the one to ask any question? Do you have a team? Or is it just you to ask the question of a budget?
Well, I'm the business person, so I'd
Okay.
be the one you'd ask the question to, yes.
So have you run numbers for the requested 8% raise?
We're talking about the adopted budget. We don't talk about negotiations in an open board meeting. I'm sorry.
Okay. So how do we get questions answered for if it can happen as a parent or as a community member? How can I get those questions answered? As to the requested raise, how do I get that answer of why the district can or cannot provide it?
I'll answer
I-
that one.
Please, and
Laura.
thank you.
Unless the superintendent wants to take it first.
Well, I would just say you're always welcome to email me with any of those kind of questions. In the response, if there are items that I believe, are tantamount to negotiate in public, then, we won't answer that part, but we will answer anything pertaining to the budget. And, we really are firm believers in negotiating at the bargaining table.
Got it. So none none of that will be reflected in here. None of those negotiations will be reflected in this proposed budget. Is that correct?
I don't know how to answer your questions. We don't negotiate in public. I can't put something in a budget that isn't negotiated.
I see.
Once negotiations have concluded and a contract is ratified by both parties, and then an AB 1200 is presented to the board with the fiscal impact to the ratification.
I see.
That's when the budget is updated based on the ratification of the contract.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for listening to us here tonight. As you can see, we didn't even have room in this room to fit everybody. So obviously there's a lot of concern in the community. Ted, you, at the beginning of this meeting, you gushed about, this former teacher, Woosley, right? The direction this district is heading, you're not going to have those. I'll be frank with you on that, because you're going to have all the teachers are going to be leaving. They are leaving. You're not going to be able to do that kind of thing. You're not going to have scholarships for that in the future. So lots of numbers, lots of things. I get it. You have a lot to deal with. You have a lot of budget issues to deal with. I would say Phil, you made a lot of comparisons to the corporate world, right? And housing. This is completely different, right? This is how a district runs is different, and what is the most valued asset in this district? It's our teachers, right? And if you don't have that, and this is the direction we're headed, you can see this is the direction that everybody sees we're headed, and this can't be. So something needs to be done. Whether, Michelle, you mentioned that the reserve you feel is a bit higher than normal, that we could go lower. It's called a reserve, right? For those rainy days, for those bad times. This is a bad time. This is when those reserves need to be looked at. So I ask you to look at that seriously and consider that in this budget for this year, for this coming year and the next 3 years. Whether, if you compare this to running a family, if your family is hit with COVID and your breadwinner dies, you're going to dip into your savings. You're going to go into debt because you need that family to go. And this is what needs to happen to this issue. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So I'm partially blind here, so forgive me if I'm misstepping. I'm curious what happens with our excess, or it looks like we have $500,000. Is that going to be in carryover? Am I reading that right?
I'm sorry, can you reference a page number?
I may not have the right page. I just got a single copy. Let me see here. This was for the 21-22 school year. Sorry. Here we go. There was 497,000 in excess. What happens to, is that your carryover funds that you're talking about?
I have surplus in the deficit.
I'm sorry.
This is for A and B for line C, excess deficiency of revenues. Over.
I need a page
Should
number.
look at-
I'm sorry. It's a 100-page document.
Yeah, I don't think I've got the same document.
I think we're talking about the year end.
Yeah, it's this number right here.
So just the page number I can give you.
Yeah,
I don't have to shrink the screen.
Revenues over expense. For this year.
37.
37 circled or 37 of the docket?
37 document.
Of the docket. Okay. And you're looking at line item.
I'm looking at the 497,304. That's in excess, and that's a positive number for 22. I'm just wondering, is that?
I'm so sorry. Like, we really want to see exactly where it is.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's not That one right there that I'm not following.
Right here,
Uh-huh.
407, okay. So, on page 37, it's letter C,
Thanks.
excess deficit
Okay.
of revenue. And then it's that total fund column from 21, 22.
Okay, thank you. It's a lot of, it's a lot of numbers to scroll through.
Oh, yeah, there.
I was just curious, am I understanding correctly? That is the excess there? Or is that the carryover that you're referencing? That you don't include in the projection, but once everything's finalized, this would get kind of added back in and why we would see some of that swing? I'm just looking for tangibles. I totally get economic. I own a business in town. I've had to give part-time employees a 20% raise just so they can afford the gas to come to work.
This is the change I'm looking at. And well, so what you're looking at is the difference between unrestricted and restricted and the combination thereof. So it's a lot of different factors that go into that. So basically what that column is saying is that there is a net difference between our unrestricted and our restricted, not only our revenue, but our expenses combined total together, which then has a net effect difference of the 497, 30, 491. That's what you're looking at, right?
Right.
Yeah. So because that's a net difference of both the restricted and unrestricted, I can't exactly say because you're taking a number that's a combination of two different factors. What I can tell you is that in the unrestricted side, on the page 127 in the docket, when we look at unrestricted, when there is leftover, it does go into the ending fund balance. It is carried into the next year. It isn't necessarily, it's calculated based on what we know right now. Right now, we know that our ending fund balance, taking out factors like the reserve, leaves us with just over 3 million. And then we bring that into the next year. And then we're deficit spending by almost 700,000 based on our expense and our revenue in the unrestricted general fund, which then would bring down that 3 million to 2.3.
So theoretically,
yeah,
unconfirmed yet, there's potentially 2.3 that we would see that swing come back into.
The 2.3 doesn't go away anywhere. It's there. It's in the ending fund balance. It is part of our budget. It is part of the transparency of the budget that is above reserves, above expenses from what we are getting in revenue. And those are the funds that we have in excess reserve.
And so that would go into our reserve account, which runs at 15%, I heard.
It isn't an account. It is what we have at the end of the day. It's
Right.
what we have left over from our carryover and our beginning and ending balance. And that is how we are projecting right now based on what we know, how we're going to end the year.
Would those funds come into play budget wise? I can make the plea for teachers, but just I'm trying to understand as this escalates, what do we as parents need to do to support the board in this budget to be able to face off with those negotiations with real numbers so that we understand? It's easy to become very impassioned, but if there really are there buckets here that would be functional?
Well, if I could just address a couple of things. I mean, Scott is our chief negotiator. We can't talk openly about negotiations.
I totally understand.
I sit in negotiations. I don't feel it's one against the other. We don't feel it's one against the other. We feel we're trying to work collaboratively to find an amount that the district can sustainably afford. What we can sustainably afford in 21, 22 is a lot different. We haven't settled from what we probably could sustainably afford in 22, 23. So supporting all of our staff, because I feel all of our staff work really, really hard at their job and I want to support them all. It is the intent that every pot and every penny we have left over, we are providing the best we can in good faith negotiations. And so that's not on the table. And I'm going to say this from my own standpoint, that's not the plea. The plea is we need more money from the government. We need more money from the state. We need them to fix the LCFF calculation. We need them to fix mitigation factors. So those are the things that go into building the budget. That's what I have to work with right now.
And are those factors also impacting our neighboring districts?
They are.
And how is it that they've been able to give raises?
I'm not their CBO. I
Okay.
couldn't tell you. I mean, every district has a different factor
Sure.
in how they receive funding. I'm
Is there something as parents we should be doing to help address that?
Legislation, work with legislation.
How do I justify asking legislation for us when Santa Cruz and Pajaro Valley doesn't need it?
Well,
if I can just, in the effort to stay focused on the budget, I'm hearing your question, and if I can just chime in just a little bit on that, because as Michelle said, obviously we don't have the intricate knowledge of each other district's budget in our county. What I can tell you to answer your question is if you're going to advocate, it would be to advocate for a direct infusion to the LCFF base. That's where the overall LCFF approach to school funding hurts our district. We're the lowest, there's 10 districts in Santa Cruz County. It's not a very big district. We are the lowest funded district. And so what I always like to point out, and again, I'm trying not to stray away from the budget, which is the point of this presentation, but I would be very concerned as the superintendent if we were one of the highest funded districts and had one of the lowest salary schedules. That would be a serious disconnect. Unfortunately, we are funded the lowest, 10th out of 10 districts, and we have the lowest salary schedule. That's an unfortunate fact, but it's not a disconnect. So again, I know I strayed perhaps just a little bit away from the budget, but you asked about other districts, and I've tried to put it in some context with the way that we're funded. Now, why is that? There's a lot of reasons. Michelle can explain. Obviously, you've heard Michelle's very detailed knowledge of the budget. She can explain this way better than I can. But what I can tell you is that there's different factors that go into what each district is allocated. Sometimes it's based on that unduplicated count. For one example that was mentioned before, our unduplicated count, our number of low-income students and English learners is relatively low. And so money that goes towards those kind of programs doesn't impact us positively. If the money were infused into the LCFF base, that impacts all districts, regardless of those kind of counts. So I hope that puts it in some kind of statewide perspective for you.
I have one last question. So this gets voted on. Does that become the mitigating factor in ongoing negotiations with the teachers?
Negotiations aren't, again, because we.
I know, I understand, we're not negotiating here.
That's
what I'm looking at is a budget that seems a little bit perhaps underestimated, or that there's funds that could be potentially moved around. And that's a light at the end of the tunnel, right? So I think that's great. If there's something that we as parents should be doing to help facilitate this budget, to help that light get brighter, then I think we all want to do that. But there's something that it's just not quite meshing with the trends. And I get it. It sounds like we're about to have our comeuppance on ADA. Got it. But we're going to have a real comeuppance, right? If we lose our brain trust. And I think we're just all here kind of going, do we support this budget, or do we protest this budget and say, hey, this doesn't cover enough of the things that we think our school district should cover? And I just want to kind of get a feel for, this budget does not mean that you're not going to be able to use it and say, oh no, we can't do salaries because budget's been decided.
Absolutely not. No, that's not how it works. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from folks who are here in person? Questions or comments?
I just, again, new to all of this, just have a question about what was said previously about us being the lowest funded district in the area. Aren't we also the smallest and have the fewest teachers? Is that true as well?
I'm sure Michelle could take that, but I'm trying to give her a little time to breathe.
Yeah.
So no, there are districts with approximately 100 to 150 students in our county. So there's 10 districts in our county, for what called smalls, that have somewhere between 100 and 200 students. Right now we have about 1,700 students. We're typically considered a mid-sized district, obviously not as big as Pajaro and Santa Cruz City. So we're in the middle. And when we say lowest funded, it's a good clarification question. So I thank you for that. It's not lowest funded like the overall pot, it's lowest funded per student. So as Michelle can tell you, that's the way school districts' overall funds are analyzed. is to say at the end of the day, how much money do you get per student? And so when I say we're the lowest funded per student.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Another question I have is, we as parents are concerned and involved and reading through this budget and learning how to read it and getting great, clarity from you all too. So thank you for that. As we're doing this, are you all doing that as well and looking at our neighboring districts and those ones that are going through these budgets? Do you work with other CBOs to get their best practices and to kind of use that community as well? Absolutely. The Okay. CBOs meet once a month, year round. And we have an open forum. I mean, we have topics that we talk about, but it's an open forum and we all talk about where we're at. The similarities between districts, sometimes, those that have high schools, those that don't,
Right.
Live Oak and us, we don't have a high
That's a big
school. Yeah.
difference,
It makes a very big
Right.
difference on funding and just in the components of your district
Right.
composite. And so I have the opportunity to talk with them once a month. I have the opportunity to talk to almost all of them all the time. And there's only 6 of us. I mean, they're the smalls, but the smalls
Right.
they have their superintendents and
Right,
kind of
right.
the COE helps them out. I also can tell you that I work almost, it seems like on a daily basis with both the executive director at the COE and the assistant superintendent at the COE. Both of them that help all the districts guide them on best practices and the common message, and they review everything. I bounce ideas off of them, ask if things, am I missing something you did at a former district that might be helpful now. I'm very open to what others are doing and trying to figure out what we can do for best practices for our district. But as Superintendent Turnbull said, it's so hard because every district is funded in a different mechanism.
Mhm.
And so a lot of the things they're able to do, it doesn't apply to us. And so
Sure.
it's hard to do that. But I do say from the 6 of us who are in the seats that we sit in, we do get a lot from each other. And I have, other people that I talk to from other districts, from other areas as well. Sometimes that isn't very helpful either because their demographic is a different composite than we are. It's just probably already been said a lot, but the demographic of a district just varies from district to district in its funding mechanism. And that's why so hard we push to put everything in LCFF base, because the intent of the LCFF moving away from revenue limit all those years ago, which was our funding formula then, LCFF was supposed to bring everybody that was here and here, they stopped, these continued. When we all got to the top, we all kept going together. And over the years that has been lost. And without infusing the base, we aren't bringing everyone up. We're only bringing certain districts up. And then it makes those funding levels so difficult to mitigate, because you see all these great things in the budget. And then sometimes because of our demographics, we don't qualify for those fundings. And so to try to pick through that is really difficult.
So 2 questions, if I can, on what you just said. So as you're speaking with these other CBOs, are you seeing that they're all projecting down for next year?
We're all into, well, I can't tell you what they're projecting for their adopted budget, but I can tell you we've all been a downward enrollment across the county.
So, okay.
Yeah, enrollment has been down.
Okay, but they're finding ways to increase pay for their certified teachers. So we know that that's happening, right?
Hey, can I just say one thing there, not to step over Michelle on that, but like everything to do with the budget, there are some nuances here, and you could keep going and going. But one of those nuances is that some of the districts are what's called basic aid districts. Not all of the districts, but in a basic aid district, a declining enrollment doesn't impact. They're not funded per ADA. And so that is a variable here to consider that we haven't gotten into, because, obviously we didn't start out to compare to other districts, but in the context of state and county funding, that is an important variable to consider, that some districts don't rely on ADA for their funding.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't write down my other question.
We are very responsive on email. I would just want everyone to know that this is not your only chance to ever ask us questions.
Thank you. No, I just
Okay.
had that question that come up while you were speaking, and another one, and I was trying to make sure I understood it. I think just again,
clarification questions, and they may have been ones that were already asked, but currently the reserves that we have, and the reserve is for the current year, right? So, or that's what we're talking about. We're currently in that 16 to 17% reserve. And then we have this extra money that we're anticipating is still over what we were anticipating. Is that going to be added to that reserve percentage?
Not quite like that. When you look at the multi-year projections, we end the current year with just roughly 3 million, and our projected ending fund balance right now is projected at around 3 million.
And that is the reserves that we talk about, or that is not?
I wouldn't call them.
No, they're not reserves.
Okay.
No.
It's like extra.
Okay, so that 18% reserves that people are talking about is not even in there.
It's
That's separate.
No, it's not separate.
Okay.
It's what is being referred to in public and what we refer to in budget, right?
Yeah. Okay. So that 3 million,
the $3 million right
is
now
what we're talking about is this 18% reserve.
It's an unassigned ending fund balance.
Okay.
That is what it is called. I'm not trying to be combative.
No. I want to, we don't know the language, right? So this is very helpful.
Yeah. And the reason it's an unassigned ending fund balance and it's not a reserve, it's because it is unassigned ending fund balance. It is for the district to assign in future years.
Okay.
And so part of that, then we carry over to 22-23,
right?
We're deficit spending already by $700,000. So part of that unassigned ending fund balance has to compensate for deficit spending in the next year, which we are projected right now at about 2.3 million of an unassigned ending fund balance in 22-23.
Right, we're projecting that overage to have that extra. I'm with you. I'm not saying it, but I'm with you. Okay. Well, I mean, I would just say, kind of to all of it, to put it out there from my personal feelings on it. We've all talked about, you've said we have a really healthy reserve, which is amazing. And thank you for your great budgeting and pinching the pennies and doing all the things. That's why we have that. We have $500,000 that is going to be added into that this year.
No,
we have that 497.
That's
part of it.
The 497 is already encompassed in
that 3.6. Okay,
the 3 million.
Great.
Yeah.
So we have millions of dollars sitting there, which is a wonderful thing. We have the promise, and I know you said it's a promise, of more money than we've ever gotten from the government, which is exciting and great. My opinion is that this budget as it sits doesn't make sense to be approved and to move forward with it, because it's not reflective of what we're anticipating that we'll have from the government. I don't know when that gets determined. I know you said that goes throughout the year, but there are so many changes to come. So in my humble opinion, that I don't know a lot about it, I just think that this budget isn't reflective of really how we can wisely use our money in all the areas that are really needed this year and in the future years to come. So that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for bearing with my inability to say the same words.
So could you, talking about working with the other districts, could you talk about our shared employee?
With Santa Cruz City Schools?
Yeah.
Yes, we have entered into an agreement with Santa Cruz City Schools and Live Oak School District. We have each had the same dilemma in trying to find a mechanic to support our buses. And so we were able to come to a collaborative agreement. And so we are sharing a mechanic between the 3 districts right now that will help all of us greatly, since those who can work on school buses are in such great demand in Santa Cruz County. So that's, yes.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm a mom of a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. So I've got one in the district right now and one coming. And I'm a concerned parent trying to understand all this stuff. And so I'm just going to ask a couple questions. I really appreciate you all taking the time. It's been very informative and I've enjoyed everyone's point of view, which it seems like there's a good variety. So I'm hearing a lot that we have to go to our legislatures and ask for support, and to ask to base it on attendance. And my question is, because I'm still learning about budgeting in schools, where do the funds from the new programs like the dual language program and the Opal Cliffs homeschool program come from? Are they in the restricted? Are they in the unrestricted?
Like, and things like the TK that opened, is that, where does it come from and how does it get decided? You know, like, how do we decide if we're gonna do a new program or increase the salaries? If that's even a thing that comes up.
It does come up and it is discussions that are had. Absolutely. Anytime a new program is implemented, we as a team talk about all the different implications that could have, not just financial, but other impacts. You know, specifically speaking about those programs, dual language immersion is being incorporated. Our TK and K numbers are dropping. And so the SoCal Elementary will continue to have 3 TK kinder classes, and that's what they've always had. So it's not in addition to, it's just adding, because our enrollment was declining. This was a way to bring up enrollment and to keep staffing levels where they were. So that was one of the reasons we brought the program in, and then the hope grow that program and do bring in additional ADA through that and enrollment. Opal Cliffs was brought out of need from the pandemic and was paid for through pandemic COVID relief funding. And that need has grown to something that is turned into a great program. And the intent was, and that is what's happening in 22-23, that position is being rolled into the general fund as an ongoing continuing program for the district to offer that program. It was started with soft funds to see if the need would continue, and the need has continued and it's grown. I'm sorry, the third one was TK.
It was just
and Opal Cliffs, yeah.
TK
Yeah,
and the
dual
dual
language
language.
immersion.
Yeah, you got it.
So they're all embedded within, again, TK, the hope is as the next few years go on and that the age comes back further and further, we'll have the numbers grow more and more. And as the numbers grow, then pardon me, a lot of talking tonight.
Yeah.
As the numbers grow, then we're able to bring in another teacher, then that pays for itself based on the continued and increased ADA that we'd be receiving.
Okay. I think I have a lot more questions, and I guess I just am hoping that at some point I can figure out how to ask the right people the right questions at the right time. And that is very unclear to me. And so if there could be an email from somebody about who to ask, what legislators to send, what information, I would love to support you. And I would love to know if there's a way for the community to raise funds, even on a temporary basis, in order to get submitted into the general fund. And maybe that's the Home and Garden Club, but
that's, yeah,
I don't know.
That's awesome. That's in any of that. I would say if you would want to email the superintendent or myself or both of us, and then we can start digging through those questions and seeing who else we need to bring in. Always open to and bring any funds into the district that can be, and what I can do to support that in any way.
And so thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all are really sticking in late. We appreciate it. We know. I mean, we have families at home. You have families at home. We know. Anyone else want to come up and have any other comment at this time? All right. Thank you again. Yes. And just, if you don't mind, watch the camera while you come forward so that our YouTube audience gets the full view. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I am impressed with the amount of knowledge and skill it takes to manage the budget. This might be a silly suggestion, but is there a way that we could recruit students from other districts? And if it's based on enrollment, is there something we could practice? Because we have, I mean, I feel so fortunate. We've had our daughter's 4th grade. She's had the best teachers we could have imagined. We have friends who go to, their kids go to private school, and I mean, it's a testament to what has worked. So is that a silly thing to suggest? Is there a way we could, do that? I mean, because I would go out and advocate for it.
I'd be glad to take that one if you want, Michelle. And so as far as ADA, yes, we always want to bolster enrollment. Obviously there's a limited number of students in the county, and most districts, the ones who aren't basic aid, are, kind of in the same spot. The way we approach it is that we want to have the most, I mean, obviously we have great teachers. That goes without saying. You said it. Everybody here has said it tonight. That's the first place. The second thing is to have competitive programs. I've mentioned a couple things tonight where we used to lose students to other districts because we didn't have a similar program. There are programs in neighboring districts for that home-based learning model kind of approach. Before, when we got inter-district transfer requests for students who live within our boundaries, but wanted to go to a program like that, we had to release them to go to another district. We lose ADA when that happens. Previously, with dual language immersion before this year, we have neighboring districts also that have that program. If a family came in and said, we have a kindergarten student and we want them in a dual language immersion program, previously we had to automatically release them, meaning we lost the ADA because we didn't have a similar program, and it's not right to block a family who's looking for that kind of specific program. So we're continuously looking to make sure that we have the kind of programs that community members want. And so that when a family now says, we want a home-based learning model, we want a dual language immersion program, that they don't have to leave the district.
Well, we might be able to help. I mean, my wife and Denise here are very active with Friends of Main Street. We just gave a scholarship to a kid from Main Street Elementary that's going to the National Invention Convention. So things like that. I mean, if there's ways we can join forces, we don't want to just be friends in name, and we want to actually do something useful. So if that's the problem, then we'd love to have a task force, or I'd be happy to help look into it as well.
Well, we always look for help, and we love. I really appreciate that collaborative approach, and so it's always something we're trying to do. Whether it's a problem or not might be a different way to. It depends on how you look at it. I can tell you every year we look really closely at the number of inter-district transfers. So an inter-district transfer is when a student doesn't just change from a district, from a school in one district to another school in that same district. It's when they leave a district to go to another district, and that's when ADA is lost. So the board holds us very accountable to looking at that every year. Like, is there a plus or minus on the number of students coming in versus going out? This past year, I don't remember the number exactly, but if memory serves, it was a 50 plus students. So 50 more students coming into the district than were leaving the district. And so is it something we want to continuously do better on? Absolutely. Is it a problem per se? Like, are we losing a lot of students, hemorrhaging students to these kind of programs? No. So yes, let's continue that work together.
Yeah. Well, it just seems like with the brains in the room and the parents who care, if we understand the problem, then we can develop a solution that's based on, if it's 80. I mean, ADA meant two different things to me than it does tonight. Again, if there's some sort of strategic task force that focuses on that, so that, it's unconscionable that we have the lowest per capita budget out of anybody. If we care, then we should be able to make a difference collaboratively. So that's just my thought.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I know it's been mentioned, but I will say again, and I know we're trying to wrap up. We've been here a long time, but a lot of us here at this table, and some in the audience, and a lot of it had worked very, very hard on 3 different parcel tax campaigns, 2013, 2018, and 2020, with a focus, an absolute intended focus on supporting our staff. Right, parcel taxes are for people, as we say. Bonds are for buildings. Bonds are about, we got a bond, which was awesome. We built all these beautiful new buildings and got great classroom repairs. There has been a strong, solid history of this district and people at this table and beyond working very, very, very hard to get more local revenue through a parcel tax. And sadly, devastatingly, we have fallen short every time.
By 50 votes.
Yeah, by a tiny number of votes in 2018, and then in 2020, it was an election right as COVID was coming in, and there was there was so much fiscal uncertainty. I don't want to go too much on it. But that is something that people have tried to do to increase our budget. Any other in-person questions? Yes.
Yeah. Hi, thank you, board. My name is Katie Stewart. I'm a teacher at SoCal and a parent. My question is, I know Scott mentioned that some schools in our county are basic aid. Is there a point where we might become basic aid? Have we looked? I'm sure you have looked at that, but with houses turning over, is our area not turning over like it should be?
No, it is. It is actually. It's a great question. It is something that I monitor every year. Our district has slowly, our property taxes, just again, as a little bit of a background, we are funded through LCFF, but our revenue is generated through two components, state aid and property taxes. And so what they look at is how much property taxes that our district brings in, and then it's backfilled. Once that stops, it's backfilled with state aid. So we get 12 million in property taxes, then we get another 3.3 million in state aid, so that we get to the 15.3 million. So yes, I have seen a very significant trend in property taxes going up year over year in our area, specifically because we encompass Capitola, and housing prices in this area alone are not that all of Santa Cruz County isn't high, but this is a very significantly high area. And there are two factors that play in that. As our property taxes continue to rise and our enrollment continues to go down, at a certain point they'll collide, and we will be getting less because we have less students, but our property taxes will continue to go up. For a district, an established basic aid district is great. For a district who's just going into basic aid status, it's very scary, because we don't know from year to year. If we have a surge in kids, we go back out of basic aid status. So if we make decisions based on basic aid status, and you're brand new, sometimes there are some districts that will float in and out year over year in basic aid and in and out of basic aid. A lot of times it's the smalls, but it happens. And so it's something, when you look at forecasting, you really have to make sure that you're looking at, because that could be devastating. Because if you go back into non-basic aid status and you're building your budget up here and now you're down here, you have no mitigation factors.
So it's not something that you would stay in basic aid status. You
could go back in and out year over year. You could go, there are districts that do go in and out every year. There are some districts who decide to just not take basic aid status and stay with state aid, because the of going in and out is too disruptive. And so again, like, these are a lot of things that may 5 to 10 years from now, collide with each other in our district, but that's a long way off. But yes, it's something that I do look at constantly, because it's worrisome not knowing where you're going to be at instability wise. So
thank you.
Yes.
So there's basic aid at COLA?
Yeah, no, basic aid, there's a lot of other downsides to basic aid that a lot of districts don't qualify for programs because of basic aid status.
Right.
Yeah.
Any last questions?
I had a question. Basic aid came up, so I was just curious. Because my kids went to a school that was based on that. And so I know the enrollment, they wouldn't accept kids because they wanted to stay in basic aid. So they could choose to stay in it if they didn't want to accept more kids. So you might not go in and out, correct? If you decide not to take in more students.
A lot of different factors depending on the size of the district. The volatility that happens a lot more often are when you look at like in our county, the smalls, when you have 100 to 150 kids
Right.
in a small rural area, that 1 or 2 kids can make the difference. And so those are all factors that you look at for long-term projection planning. And then housing developments and, turnover and property sales. And there's a variety of factors.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious because my kids there's a waiting list and that whole deal.
Right.
But unfortunately, I guess thinking about that, it makes me sad because my kids didn't go in this district. I teach in it, but I didn't send them there on purpose. And that's sad to me. But the school my kids were in didn't have a middle school, so they went to New Brighton. And then my daughter was just there, and unfortunately, because of a lot of budget issues and I think teacher issues, she did not want to go to SoCal High with the class that she was in. So now she's at another district. So I live here, but my kids never, don't want to be in this district. First, I chose to not have them in it. And then they chose as they got older, which makes me sad because I think the teachers they wanted weren't going to be here to make the school safe and a place they wanted to learn at. So that wasn't even my original question, but that's what it just made me sad to think about having to send them to another district when I teach in this district. Another question I had was in terms of TK, I can't say the word. Tentatively, I'm going to teach TK. And so I was thinking about the books and the fees, that line item for that. I've been trying to get information on curriculum and things for my classroom to meet those needs of those kids, but I can't seem to get a number. And so I'm guessing it comes from that line item in the budget.
For
Like
well,
TK?
Well, TK is part of the school budget, and so overall, I mean, it's
Like the fees and the books, that line item.
I guess it's hard. I mean, yes. I mean,
Okay,
if you
I know, I
guys-
mean, it's all new
yes,
to
it's-
us. I
yeah.
just want to make sure that those, if I'm gonna teach it, I have what I need.
And
I
Kelly,
guess.
you can contact me anytime.
Okay, yeah, I just, that came up and I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna, a lot of questions, because we want the kids, we want them here, but it has to be quality.
Yeah.
And I have to have what I need to teach those kids. So it comes from that funding though, in the budget?
What I would say is we've got, I can't talk about budget, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was just thinking it said
Zero.
books and fees, and you were talking about how large that amount was.
But we do have curriculum that we have an interest in terms of supporting TK. And that's what we can definitely use and talk
that
about.
money.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking the classroom in general too, like.
Yeah. I can tell you the
Just
account-
so
would you
many
like- I'll give
questions.
you the account number. You want the account number? I can recite it for you.
With the what?
The account code number.
Oh. So I come to you, I guess.
I will do it. I'll
You've
do
got
it.
the account number and you come to me.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That's what I want.
I
Thank you.
promise it's in there. That's how much I'm confident it's in there. I could recite you that account number right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
So just listening to tonight's conversation, first of all, parents are amazing, but I had a lot of questions swirling around in my head, some of which I can't really articulate. One is, did the board even have an opportunity to consider or look at our counteroffer and see how feasible it might be? With considering the budget, taking the budget into consideration, but maybe that gets too close to negotiating in public. So put that one aside. But as was pointed out earlier, a lot of districts, all the districts in the state are working within the same economic context as we are. And there are several districts that have the same demographics, have the same funding as we do, same size, and that they pay more. And they've also given their employees, their teachers raises. We rank last. And so my question, I guess, is, are those districts just fiscally irresponsible?
That's not a question I can answer. I don't
Okay.
work for those districts.
Yep. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yep.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. We've had a lot of time for Q&A. This is just, for those who are new, very unusual for a board meeting, but it's absolutely welcome. This is the budget, it's an open book, it is a transparent process. We all learn from everyone's questions, so it's helpful and it's important. And we also know that people don't often come to board meetings unless they're concerned about something, and we get that. But so we appreciate you, the folks who've communicated with us by email, the folks who've come in person. We really, truly appreciate that. I
Sarah,
think
actually, Sarah, well, she just left, but she brought up a good point. Who do you email at Sacramento? So maybe we could put something on the website.
well, let's, is
who
it okay
represents.
if we stick with, I mean, the superintendent
Well,
had asked that.
no, I'm just making a
Okay.
suggestion because it was mentioned that we contact the folks in Sacramento, and that's important.
It
And
is.
Phil mentioned it too. So who do we contact? And a lot of a lot of people don't really know who represents the district. It'd be good to have that on the website to do that.
Yeah, I would be glad to address that question in multiple formats.
All right, thank you.
So I want to make a comment about,
I'm so sorry. I know we might come back to us.
Okay.
Before we come back to us, I just wanted to see if there were public comments on emails and then
Go
it
for
comes
it.
back to us. Okay, is that okay? That's
There-
what I
there
was
were-
trying to do.
There were two. I think that maybe one of them got to speak in person, but I could be wrong. So if Gabrielle Ravina spoke in person,
I don't think she did, right? She was-
okay, all right, then I'm going to read this
Okay.
from Gabrielle Ravina. We currently have a 16% reserve and are projected to add another $61,000 to our already larger than mandated reserve, all unrestricted revenue. Why is our district not able or willing to allocate a portion of that reserve to retain and hire quality teachers, a job which should be a top priority for a district? If that money is being saved for a rainy day, well, that time is now. Enrollment will only continue to decrease if we cannot rectify our problem with staff retention, and the quality of education offered in the district will continue to decline. I myself am considering transferring my middle school child to a neighboring district. We seem to be the only district in our county experiencing this issue to this severity, lack of teaching staff retention primarily due to poor compensation. The only district which has not settled contracts with our union for the coming year, yet all the districts are dealing with the same types of budgeting concerns. Our district is in crisis, and I would like to implore you to enlist assistance from the Financial Crisis and Management Assistance Team, a nonprofit organization which helps school districts work through and rectify their budgeting problems. If you're not willing to do this, I would ask what you are afraid of, or what are you trying to hide? And I know we're not supposed to respond to those, so I will not respond.
Thank you.
And there's one more, and this is from Abigail Weisel. Does the absence of completed free and reduced lunch forms contribute to the budget deficit for the 22-23 school year? Assistant Superintendent Kennedy stated that the governor's proposed budget included $1.7 billion for deferred maintenance program, and that there is a possibility our district may receive some of these funds. However, she cautioned that typically these funds will be allocated to districts with high numbers of unduplicated students on the free and reduced lunch count. My school site, excuse me, Soquel Elementary, brought our concerns to the district about the low number of families completing these forms in the fall of last year. We did not receive a response until the winter of 2022. Did we miss out on these funds due to lack of communication with families? I forwarded to Mr. Turnbull and Ms. Kennedy sample communications sent by Santa Cruz City Schools that encourage parents to complete these forms and explained why the forms were necessary. I asked if it was possible for our district to send out similar communications. However, our district sent out no such communication to my knowledge as a teacher and a parent in this district. Is there a plan to make sure it doesn't happen again for the upcoming school year? It is unfair to lay responsibility on front office when they are also responsible for informing parents of COVID protocols, contact tracing, not to mention the regular day-to-day schedules. And I think that one we should be able to answer because it was specifically on the budget. So I know that we have talked about free and reduced lunch. I know that Michelle mentioned that we've tried other forms besides just the applications, and also there is hope, there is movement that that funding for low income students in the future may not be based on free and reduced lunch counts, but that would be a hope in the future, right, Michelle?
Correct. And just as another point of clarification, the deficit spending for 22-23 is not, in no way is based on the unduplicated count. It's a factor in allocating funds, but the fact is that our LCFF numbers are down due to enrollment in ADA, which is causing the deficit spending. And yes, I am very hopeful that there'll be some sort of mitigation for unduplicated counts.
And that was it for the emails, right, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, back to the board then.
Am I able to ask just one more question? Keep it quick.
Come up to.
Yes.
Okay.
So I just have a question on if we have so many community members concerned about the budget as it's written, when is a time when, and I know you mentioned FCMAT as far as like resources that we used and how you put that together. From what I understood, there might even actually be like people that can come in from outside to help review that and to look through things and help us find solutions to things. When does that become a consideration when we have a community that isn't on par with what the budget currently is? Is that a resource that we can tap into and use?
That's a hard question to answer. I mean, I understand that there are questions, and I understand that in an hour and a half trying to explain a 100-page document to a lot of people who this isn't their background, like it's not like this is what I love to do, like this is my background, can be very difficult. The budget is what the budget is, and I understand that that there is people there that there's concern that it's not being budgeted correctly. The numbers we have are sound. They are just numbers that people don't like. They're too low. They're too low because we have enrollment and ADA issues. We have other issues that need to be mitigated. They are a cliff we knew that was coming. We have been planning for that cliff. It is what was going to come to pass. We knew this 2 years ago, and we've been trying to mitigate these factors coming up. We have a large and unassigned ending fund balance for the purposes of, for one purpose is for compensation and raises for all of our staff. All of our staff work hard, and that is what we want, and that's what we've been working towards all year long. There's a difference between 21-22 budget and 22-23 budget. And so we're looking at a proposed budget, and I understand. However, by statute, the budget has to be approved before June 30th. The governor's proposed budget never gets approved in time for that to happen. And that's why there's statute that requires that I do a 45-day revision to our budget to show that the impact was greater than what we had anticipated. And then those factors get put into our ending fund balance and our multi-year projections, and they continue to be part of negotiations and other areas. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there's no end all, there's no end all or be all. It's a continuum. It's a continuum of change. It's a continuum of updating. It's a continuum of everyone working together to find a solution. There isn't by the adoption of this budget on this day or June 15th that ends anything or precludes anything from happening. It's a snapshot in time.
So then if we see in that 45 days out that the LCFF has, now we trust that it's really going to increase the way that the governor has said it is.
It's approved, it's in statute,
Then
it's
that's
law.
in there, and then we can shift those funds where we want those to be. Can we as parents help influence that when we receive that confirmation?
You're always welcome to email. You're always welcome to give input. You're always welcome to speak to the board anytime at any board meeting to express, budget. But ultimately, it's the board's decision on approving the budget, and it's my job to present to them the most accurate information that I can give. And so, right now, our budget is set for next year. I mean, as far as set as expenses go, we have an expense budget that I don't see would change necessarily. Let me retract that because it'll come back to haunt me.
Pending
It
the
will change.
negotiations.
It will change
Right.
based on carryover and new funding mechanisms and all new other areas.
Right.
But our people, like the people we have and we've hired, we're continuing those positions on. Our district made a huge decision years ago that layoffs would not be part of what we would look at in totality of our budget, and that we would do anything possible to mitigate layoffs. And that's part of deficit spending, is not laying off people. And so as things change, things will be updated. They'll come back to the board for approval. There's many discussions with the board and many opportunities for community to come and give input and email myself or the superintendent anytime.
And then just my last question, sorry, I said I was keeping it short, is just, do we have it somewhere in the budget, in that 100-page document, where there are funds allocated on how we go out and recruit and make sure that we are a desirable district? I know that that's part of the things that we did. I had a son who was part of the Sage Garden project at Santa Cruz Gardens, which was a pleasure to be a part of. Is it just those areas that we're looking as far as how we recruit, and we're trying to tap into those, or are there funds that would actually be dedicated to like going out and recruiting and finding these teachers? Because I know I work in a job where we've hired a lot of recruiters and we're still struggling to staff, and it's scary to think about, positions that weren't full this year, and we're coming back with not a full teaching staff next year, and then this low fund. So is there something in the budget where we're accounting for that and how we're going to find these teachers?
Yeah. I mean,
not like its own little box, but
well, yeah, in a way, yes. I mean, we did some of the money that we received for COVID mitigation is to.
It says that it's for that.
Right. God, my words are going. Sorry, retaining and recruiting staff, teachers and other staff. And so, yes, we constantly look at ways to do that. We constantly look at what funds we have available for something like that. We've offered, and to try to incentivize, in hard to fill positions, we've tried to look at creative ways to bring those people in. So absolutely, Scott and Jessica and I talk all the time about what we can do. I have been without a director of finance since September.
we may be a small district, but I also don't have a payroll person. So I can tell you how hard it is to, yes, that the staffing shortage is very real.
Right.
And so whatever we can do to bring in staff, and that does include salary increases, that does include making our salary more attractive.
Right, that's
That
it.
is-
If we have these empty positions, but we're the lowest paying, how are we gonna bring people in?
Absolutely.
So we need to be really conscious of that.
And I'm,
Yeah.
that is a great desire
Yeah.
of us to increase that for that exact reason. Absolutely.
Okay. Yes. We have had a very robust discussion. I think there might be a couple board members who might want to throw a little more in. And then I just want to be mindful of the fact that we still have a huge presentation on the LCAP, which is an incredibly important, incredibly important part of what we do.
And we have to consider our investors. We have
And
to.
I know. we have an
absolutely,
action
but
item on the
board, any last words here
Yeah,
on the
so,
presentation?
I've heard comments about being conservative. And as an example, I will bring up lottery. So we budget 200,000, a little bit more for lottery. So should we budget 500,000 because we think it'll be a better year next year? No.
Is that a real question?
No. And so,
You're not more than just the lottery,
No, no,
Wait,
I'm
wait,
talking about
well, let's,
one-
yeah, let's
as an
just
example.
stick. Okay,
As an example, so you budget revenues conservatively because you can't, because when you budget $1 in revenue, then you must budget $1 in expense. If that dollar doesn't come in revenue, how do I get that dollar back that I spent? I can't.
so this is a good time for the board to offer any final comments to Michelle, any final questions, any of those? And Carolyn, you good up there? Sticking with us?
I know.
All right. Thank you all for sticking with us. Michelle, I was we were all, I'm sure, like really very thoroughly impressed by the presentation. Every time I go through this, I learn more. I've been doing this for 8 years and I'm still learning. Hearing other people's questions always helps. This informs, my own thoughts and questions. But this was in great detail and you also answered more questions than I've ever heard you need to answer. And I'm thoroughly impressed with the detailed, deep, exquisite knowledge you have of this 100+ pages. And, I really appreciate it. I know that's a lot of, that's a lot. I know, and, certainly in my professional life, I don't often need to be kind of on the spot to answer as many questions, and it's appreciated. It's appreciated, and I'm grateful to you. So thank you. I think we are ready to move on to our next presentation, but I'm wondering if anyone needs to take a recess. And did you have a technical check-in for me?
If you're gonna take a recess, it's perfect time.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I just need a restroom.
Yes,
break.
please. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess before our next item. Y'all are welcome to stay. It's okay if you don't. I wasn't looking.
We're
Was it
supposed to go.
thumbs up? Okay. All right, we are back from a recess. And we're moving on to our next item, a presentation regarding the 2022-23 Local Control Accountability Plan, fondly known as the LCAP. Dr. Kiernan.
Well, thank you. And I am sorry for the late hour, but I do appreciate the opportunity to address the board on the LCAP. As the board knows, there is education code that requires that a school district have a plan. And the plan in this case is not the whole district's plan. It's a plan for really improving actions and services for marginalized groups of students. And that would include foster youth, low socioeconomic students, English learners, and then in our case, special education. And so I do love the opportunity to present this to the board. It is a presentation tonight, but it is also a first reading, so I'll be bringing it back again. So if there's any discussion that would require enhancements, certainly the board can let me know that. So again, this is our annual update to the Local Control Accountability Plan. It is the second year of a 3-year plan. The first was written, the first of the 3 years was written last year with the collaboration of our parent and educational partners, formerly known as stakeholders. We don't use that term any longer, but this does represent the voices of a number of people in our community. Michelle and I will be presenting this short summary. As you know, the plan itself is 130 pages, and not all of that 130 pages can be in this presentation tonight.
Why not?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Ted, but it doesn't go that way. All right. So there are 3 parts in the summary tonight that we'll be sharing with you, and these are our objectives. The first is to share the local control, the LCFF's budget overview for parents, and that is a required component according to the state. And Michelle will go over the 2 slides that relate to that. The second part is the annual update to the 21-24 plan, and that's just how did we do last year based on how we thought we were going to do. And then the last part, and that is part 3, and that is the 2022-23 plan for the year ahead. And so we will then switch over to, this is like a little lag, it lags a little bit behind. The budget overview for parents. And I'm going to go back to that slide.
All right, this is what is affectionately is called the LBOP, because it's one of the only acronyms I really like to say. Budget Overview for Parents, LBOP. It has been added as a component to the LCAP. And this is really just a summarization to show everyone, breaking it down in a pie shape, which is, I'm just going to say, when we do this in the DTS, which is the program that we create these products in, it does not look like this. So it's throwing me off just a little bit because it's in a graphical form rather than a pie chart. But this shows you our total LCFF funds. This also tells you like other funds that we've received, federal, state, and local, and how that's related to the LCFF or the LCAP funds and what slice of the pie that really takes up. And so if you look at the next slide, this is more of a graphical view of the total expenditures, or just over 20 million, 1.6 million of those expenditures were delineated in the LCAP. And Dr. Kiernan will go this more when she's presenting more specific items on the LCAP. Part of this is not just what we're spending as a district. These are the items we're identifying within the LCAP. So there's many items and many things the district is doing that could or could not be included in what is called the LCAP, because the LCAP is made up of funds from everything, not just one pot of money. These are the very specific goals and actions that Dr. Kiernan has been working with to identify and highlight within the LCAP itself. And so this is just another way of saying how much we budgeted, how much of our overall budget goes towards the LCAP, and then, and that's it. And then basically that we are projecting to have 810,000, just over 810,000 in the 22-23 budget that is specifically designated for high need students. And that is really what is commonly referred to as the supplemental funding as a component of the overall LCFF funding base. And that is a little bit what I talked about earlier, where your UPP or unduplicated count comes into play on how some of that funding allocation is broken out within the overall LCFF funding. So this really just is a snapshot on how much we have in our budget, how much we're putting in our LCAP, and how much of that money is spent on high need students who generated those funds that are being produced.
So as Michelle said, this is, it's good that this came after our budget overview, right? Because you can see how vast our budget is. I mean, I'm going to say it was great to come after the budget. I'm not sure if I really mean that, but it does give some context, right? Because this is a very, very small slice of what our overall budget is. And like Michelle said, it's very specifically targeted to those marginalized groups of students. And so as you took a look at the plan, and I'm sure you read all 130 pages of it, you could see that there was very specialized actions associated with those students. In so much as you were going into the later parts of our plan, you could see that we actually had to identify those groups that were being targeted or focused on in the course of that action item. So part 2, the annual update, and this is how did we do? And so I have many metrics and many items that were associated with last year's LCAP, as you know. And at the midpoint of last year, the state actually required us to file a supplement. So some of the information that you saw in the LCAP actually said, well, this is the supplement to that. So this is actually what we've learned since mid-year. So as you look at the 130 pages, you'll see there's the LBOP, which are those graphs, then you'll see the supplement, and then you'll go into this, and this is what I'm talking about now. So like I said, there's many metrics and many actions. And so rather than writing 130 pages into my PowerPoint presentation tonight, I've just selected a few. The first one relates to goal 1, and that really just says, students are receiving equitable, inclusive, culturally responsive, and rigorous high-quality instruction. And we have a few metrics that we said we were going to collect about that. One, how did students do with regard to some data that we are currently collecting? And we decided to finance the purchase of the K-8 iReady diagnostic assessment this past year. So that was at the onset of this 3-year LCAP. And this is some of the information that we collected. One, we wanted to look at, did we close the achievement gaps? Well, we didn't. We didn't close them. The data is here. It's relevant data, gives us information. We did not believe that we were going to come out of COVID and in 1 year's time close achievement gaps. In fact, we have never closed the achievement gaps in the history of our state. That doesn't mean that's why we, doesn't mean we don't focus on it. It's actually the reason that the LCAP is designed by the state of California the way it is designed today. It says you have to focus on these students first. California has really high level of attention to the need of these students. So we can see that with regard to that gap, we see some significant gaps. We can see 20% in socioeconomic status. We can see a small margin for gender. And again, this does not include non-binary or fluid students. We don't have that ability during this year. Hispanic students, we see a really large gap, 30%, and English learners 30%, special education, and that is even higher. And so the state has really said you need to address that. And so that's what this plan attempts to do. The other piece of data that we collected is that end of year reading and end of year math percentage. And what the target typically is 80%, right? You don't want to say, well, 20% are allowed to fail or not meet the standard, but that's typically the number that we use. And we didn't meet that 80% number. And we didn't meet that 80% number by small margins and large margins, just depending. What we do see in terms of this trend data is that our reading scores are higher than our math scores, and that is not unusual. We're finding that trend statewide and nationwide. So with regard to goal 2, and that's through the use of data, identify research-based instructional practices and provide professional support for that. One of the things that we really said that we wanted to do last year is we wanted to look at continuous feedback to try to find the ways in which we could mitigate the loss of opportunity for students during COVID. And so what we found in returning to school this past year is that there was some significant impact of the students' social and emotional health as they were returning to an in-person school environment. They hadn't been with other students or socialized in the same way that they had years before, and that was showing evidence in the classroom and on the playground and other places, even in the family's home. We talked about that. So through this, we were able to take a look at really going back to some of the previous professional learning that our district had done, and that was in trauma-informed care, social emotional learning. We brought in culturally responsive education this past year with regard to our site administrators in particular, so they could build some leadership around that. And then English learner best practices. And these were all areas of strategic need and focus at the onset of the school year, but continue to be. We also have done specific and targeted work with regard to English learner professional learning for our staff. There has not been an intensive training in English learner development skills and support in our district. We don't even have an English learner master plan, and that is why we're creating one. We have a large group of educational partners that are working on that for the publishing next spring. But some specific support that was built into this goal this year was designated an integrated ELD. I have a word in there. I'm not sure why it is. I think it's supposed to be on the last line. And then knowledge of the ELD standards. This is something that we have had in existence for many years and have really not done a lot of work digging into what those language development standards are relative to English language arts standards. And then the ELD standards implementation. What does it look like in my classroom? And then cultural and linguistic identity. That's something that we really needed to focus on this year, because if we were really looking at the English learner roadmap, it's a strengths-based focus, and you cannot determine a child's strengths if you do not know their identity, right? You can't identify it. And then another data point that we looked at was the team and grade level collaboration. And that was, there is kind of two pieces to this. The team and grade level collaboration was built partly because we've incorporated the integrated arts teachers to be able to pull groups of students so that teachers could collaborate together and to look at data and look at students and look at grouping and best practices. All of those things are on the trajectory to successful practices and ongoing practices. With regard to goal 3, and that is just basically that schools will be safe, equitable, inclusive environments that are inclusive of families, and it is a strengths-based partnership. One of the things that we introduced this past year, in addition to the iReady academic diagnostic, was the Universal 360 screener, and this is a wellness screener. And one of the data points that we looked at were students that were at the high or high normal risk of concerning wellness factors. And we were able to actually quantify those. So we can see the numbers for Main Street by the end of the year, SoCal Elementary, Santa Cruz Gardens, and New Brighton. Before the use of this screener, we were not able to quantify this number. And now we can really pinpoint the students who need the support for a number of different kinds of at-risk factors. We looked also in the school, and this is regarding the engagement, the community engagement portion of really looking at our voice pathways. Who are we asking questions of? Who are we asking questions to? How much dialogue are we having about those kinds of things that are important? One of the additional pathways we selected this year was a student survey pathway. And I'll show you some data later on in this presentation that regards the 2 and 2nd and 3rd grade students and some of the feedback that they gave us, and the 4th through 8th grade students and some of the feedback that they gave us. Of course, family surveys, family conferences this year looked a little bit different for those families who had students who were learning English or adding English to their languages. There was an R2R form, which is a Rotary classification form that was an explicit second document to the report card that talked about how the students were doing on the road to reclassification in the domains of the LCAP. And then we did introduce this year the family leadership team for English learners, and we have that group convenes and meets with me every month, and we talk about the perspectives of the school experience from that that family and that what would be considered a marginalized group. And then we also have changed our ELAC family inclusion, and now the leaders of each of those ELACs works in collaboration with the principal to determine what their agendas for their monthly or quarterly meetings will look like. So those were very, very, very small, brief metrics, of which there were many, as you know, but ones that we did identify as important. Whether we met the goal or not, or whether we met a metric that we were shooting for or not, it does give us information about how to look at ourselves more deeply and reflect more deeply on our practice. So now we move into part 3, and that is our 22-23 LCAP. And as you know, the process for the LCAP is ongoing. So when the last LCAP was approved by the board last year, that's when the new LCAP cycle starts. It's a living, breathing document. Everything that's written in it is subject to change based on need and interests of the community. But the LCAP process really incorporates 3 important parts. One is there has to be comprehensive strategic planning. You can't just say, well, we want this and this is how much money it costs. You actually have to think carefully about how that will work. You have to have educational partner engagement, which means I don't sit in a room by myself and say, well, that sounds good, Jessica, let's do that. And then there has to be accountability and compliance. So we don't write this for us only. We write this to be compliant with the state of California and its requirements for us to look at foster youth English learners and low socioeconomic students specifically. So we did talk to our educational partners, and some of the things that our educational partners kind of responded to us was really, I thought, really interesting. One of the questions we asked students, and these are 2nd and 3rd graders, how do you feel at school? And 78% of them said that they were happy. Of course, we want 100%, 78% actually self-identified as being happy. 60.9 said they felt cared about, 53.3 said smart, 21.7 said sad, 17.4 said lost, and 16.3 said lonely. Now, these are really important data points for us. These are things for us to take a look at carefully. Who is lonely? Who is lost? How do we mitigate that? So we really take a look at all aspects of this data to really think deeply about how we're going to respond. What's easy for you at school? the highest percentage was making friends. I think that's wonderful that our students know how to interact with one another. Reading, and then math, and then writing. And writing as the lowest measure, it was not, interestingly, second and third graders can identify what's hard, and it matches what we can identify is a level of need and skill development for them, which really gives me this like happy moment that our children are so like astute, like they're so self-aware. But it is really important information. What's hard for you at school? Writing was the first thing, then math, then reading, and making friends, which is just like the converse, right? What's the best thing about school? And these came in response themes because every student gave, a response, and they were just lovely. But really thematically teacher, and that's not surprising. Friends, a really high level in that theme, and then music and art. So those kinds of things made me feel very happy that they have those wonderful things. What helps you best? And this was really interesting. Kids said that they needed a quiet environment and they needed to be focused. I never had a quiet classroom, so I know I was going wrong. I think there was organized chaos all the time, but now I have some more information about how students are thinking and feeling now. Fidgets, so if students can do something with their hands, they were able to self-identify that thematically, and then their teacher. We asked 4th through 8th graders some questions. We asked them, like, can you see how your skills can help you in your future? And 92% of them said yes. I think that's amazing. When I was a middle school teacher, I hoped the kids knew that what I was teaching them had some impact on their future life. And then we asked them, how do you mostly feel about school? And from highest ranking to lowest: happy, smart, cared about, motivated, content, worried, inspired, loved, lonely, sad, and angry. And so again, we don't want any child to feel angry, sad, lonely, or worried, but it does let us know that students are feeling that way. I have the materials I need for my classes. 96.7%. So whoever those 3.3% students are, I hope they email me and so we can get them what they want. And obviously we didn't connect students' names with this data. So, and then what do you wish you could learn more about in school? Taxes and paying bills. It's really interesting. Came up a lot. Chemistry, real life, coding, more history work, performing arts. There was lots of students who really wanted to know how to do like household things, like how do I balance a checkbook? How do I do these kinds of things?
Checkbook.
Yeah. Yeah, really interesting. Which helps me to understand that, children are really being impacted by the adults in their life and what they're seeing the adults in their families do and what they're grappling with in their busy lives. Is that a child or is it a? All right. Enrique's like, I'm on it. Okay, well, I'll just keep going and hopefully there's no really big problem outside. And so then we asked our educational partners, and in this group, it was our staff. And we basically asked questions that were in order of the goals. Like, what would you need more of to make this happen? What do you think would be the most important? And we did rank them in order. So for students to have equitable and inclusive, culturally responsive, high quality classroom instruction, multi-tiered systems of support was the top. Integrated arts integration, language intervention, more opportunities for student inclusion, deeper SEL ruler tool integration, expanded learning opportunities, parent participation, supplemental reading foundations curriculum, culturally and linguistically responsive books, math foundations, primary language textbooks, recruit and retain high quality teachers, curriculum audits, and curriculum maps. And so this was, I mean, this is not an exhaustive list, and certainly we have a lot in here that we need to attend to and we understand is really important to the success of our marginalized students. The next one relates to goal 2, and that is research-based classroom differentiation and instructional strategies. So close achievement gaps. Grade level planning came up as the highest, and that's something that I think our teachers do very well. They can do more of now that we've got some of that structured integrated arts time. Curriculum PD, and we have some new curriculum that we purchased before COVID, and we have not been able to train on it until this year coming up. So that's a high level of need. Plus, we are addressing the need through some of our onboarding work that we're going to be doing. So we'll have a boot camp that'll be starting for all of our new teachers coming this fall. It's a week worth of training. It has to do with SEL and academic content support. Culturally responsive education, subject matter PD, systemic cost teams, data talks, all of those kinds of things we know are important. Systematic cost teams, that might be a word that you're not familiar with. Cost means coordinated services teams, and that is when there is a consideration that a student can be supported more by a school site by looking at the student through additional services and service providers, different perspectives. That's what that refers to. And then all schools will be safe, equitable, inclusive, culturally responsive, and welcoming environments that engage the community. So these are things that came up on that survey: counseling, family education, family connections, additional SEL support, inclusive clubs and activities, linking students with younger students, a community liaison, community partnerships. The list goes down. So you can see that these are, like I said, not exhaustive lists, but certainly some good information for us as we start to really think about how we're planning for those marginalized groups of students. So the LCAP goals, obviously we've talked a little bit about the LCAP goals at the onset. Those goals are maintained over the course of 3 years. So they go, they began in 21, they end in 24. So they still remain the same. But we do have to update actions related to the LCAP based on the information that we found and with the limited amount of the slice of the budget that we have. And so we looked at personnel alignment. So what that refers to is, do we fund our campus supervisors, our recess coaches, those things that make our schools feel safer? Absolutely. Do we have our intervention teachers and our English learner specialists? Yes, we absolutely know that personnel alignment is going to increase educational opportunities. And educational opportunities are not just in the classroom, they're outside of the classroom. Professional development and training, you'll also see reflected in the LCAP. Responsive practices, you'll also see those metrics and associated actions. Instructional materials, of course, and we talked a little bit about one of those tonight with the integration of TK. Okay. Assessment, analysis, and data collection. We will continue to collect the kind of data that we collected this year. It is essential. And I am so sad that we were not able to do it before, but we can do it now. And we want to continue to do that. And then student and community engagement. We're going to look for new ways of doing that. We're going to do some student shadowing and some equity walks, and we're going to do some family interviews. And we're going to keep asking and asking and asking, because we have to be asking the right people the right questions. And then I think I kind of went into this a little bit as I was responding to the top part of it, but really, what does that look like? It looks like, and it's not exclusive of, but integrated art specialists, core instructional materials, culturally and linguistically responsive materials, inclusive development and practice with focus on ELs and SPED. We did a year-long training with our administrators this year. We really have some new ways of thinking about students that meet these particular two marginalized categories. Like I said, student shadowing, family interviews, robust learning extensions. We have summer school coming up this year. I'm doing the training day tomorrow, bright and early. I'm not sure how much sleep I'm going to get. So they may not get the best of me, but they're going to get something. And so we're really excited about being able to offer 5 more weeks of summer program. And then obviously the research-based diagnostic assessments that we talked about, universal risk screeners, community engagement tools, including more workshops and more practices related to engaging our families. Counseling services, huge. We're going to have counselors at every school. We're super excited to continue that, and then our continued SEL work. So like I said, certainly not the depth of the LCAP, but some of the breadth that is included in the LCAP. Any comments or questions?
I'll start.
Yeah.
So on part 2, goal 1.
Part 2, goal 1. Yes.
So I'm very concerned about those. I'm hoping that we will be hearing from our teachers about what happened here and what can be fixed, because they're right on the front line of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think, I mean, I'm not going to speak for every teacher, but I can say this is not surprising information, and it's not new information.
Right.
The reason that this is so important, it is a state focus right now, is because it has historically been the case, and it is not something that's easy to turn around, right? And it really requires different thinking. And teachers are working very hard. They're working very hard to change this trajectory, and it will take many years.
Correct.
We are not going to close that gap in an instant. And I think that there will be many things about our educational system that will have to change in order for this to be fully mitigated.
And so that brings me to my second question, which is on the achievement gap.
I think that was the same page.
No, it's annual update related to engagement of educational partners staff. And it's blah, 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 largest impact in closing achievement gaps for our students.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe because the percentage was so low, but did anybody say eliminate social promotion?
That did not come up.
Okay.
I can't put anything in there that didn't come up. I'm showing you some kind of raw figures. But I think it's a question that's come up in the past. I think it's a question that continues to go, from state to state. There's different responses by state, as you know.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I know. But I mean, you shouldn't go to the next class until you're ready.
I would just say that this is a consistent question.
Okay. And that's it for me. Thank you. Great. I love the ready thing.
So I just have kind of, again, like the basic questions. So for a student, when we're talking about LCAP, that's the kind of the plan for a certain group of students.
Mm-hmm.
And then the students that are in that group are low socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Yeah.
English language learners,
Mm-hmm.
and then special education students.
There's also foster youth and homeless youth.
Okay.
We have like
Yeah.
1 or 2 students that fall in those categories, but that if we were in a larger district and the group were larger, then those would actually be named. We don't name them in this case necessarily, because once you identify one person, you say their name, right? And we can't identify people that way.
Yeah. And then, and we would determine these students. So an EL student, that would be like the family would self-designate that they speak Spanish at home, or German at home, and then that would put them on the EL track, or do we?
That's where it starts.
Yeah.
It's always by a form that parents fill out when a student registers for school. And then when the student registers for schools, we do an initial LPAC. And that initial assessment says, you know, maybe they do speak another language at home, but they're fully English proficient. And so they kind of scooch to like not being inside that system.
Oh, okay.
And so then if you do fall that you kind of are in that group, then it's intended to allow you extra service, right?
Yes.
And to assess that service every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the socio disadvantaged families,
Mhm.
that's like a form that was sent home, which we heard about earlier, right? Is that how we would determine that?
Kind of. This is so great. I love this conversation. I wish it was earlier in the night.
No, totally.
So, I mean, it's the way we get funded, but it's not who we give the service to. Because
the way we get funded, but
yeah. So I know it doesn't make sense. I hope someday it changes. It doesn't make sense. So what happens is yes, people self-declare, you know, we're under this income level or whatever, however they qualify. And then that money comes in, and then like our educational system, including teachers, we look and see like what students are at risk. That's who we have to serve. Right. And so then you have to decide, okay, which ones of that, like you can't say, well, this one qualified for that money, so you get that. It's not that. You never know who those kids are. It's actually private information. So you do your best to say which students need the most help from us.
But the funding only comes from the forms.
Yeah.
And the identifying. So
Yeah.
that actually would be is an important piece in this whole thing.
It's a variable.
Is to really make sure that we're getting those forms out there and we're making that known, because that's how we get the funding to help these students that need extra help.
It's definitely a variable. In post-COVID time, we have these other funding sources, which is why we put them in here. So like, let's say, for example, I'll give an exact one. The Extended Learning Opportunities grant. So that, we never had that before. But it still goes to those students who would be considered low SES, right? But in a non-post-COVID year, that money wouldn't be. So at this time, this particular group of marginalized students is getting so much more money. I mean, it's like still this much of the budget, but so much more money than in past funding formulas. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And just so that for clarification, the free and reduced applications or the income verification form is a component in the process. It's not the only part of the process, but it is an important part of it.
Yeah.
But census data and other factors we use for determining those levels.
Yeah.
Great questions.
And I just had one more question.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about this. I love the survey that we get that information about how the kids are feeling.
Mhm.
But then you get some like kind of, sad, some lonely kids out there. But
Yeah.
then you said that there was no names to the surveys. So
Yeah.
is there a way that we work with how kids are really feeling or that information?
Yeah, I mean, so we didn't ask kids to write their name into it. We do by and large know who they are, right? Because they use the system that we create. And we don't attack them by singleton, right? We look at this like theme, like what is happening that these groups of students are feeling lonely. Like what is happening? And we have anecdotal information all the time. I was doing campus supervision at New Brighton, like a month ago. I saw a student standing by themselves. Lots of groups of students around the student. Student wasn't, with any other students. And I thought to myself, is that a self-selection or is that otherwise? Right. And so you have some like confounding metrics, right? And anecdotal metrics are strong. Teachers can give you anecdotal metrics every minute of every day. I know Enrique, in his work, when he's seeing students outside, can see those anecdotal like metrics every day, and then you put them together, right? Reading the LCAP is my happy place. I actually really like, I was telling a friend after I'd been working on my docket over the weekend, like it makes me so proud. Like there is beautiful, beautiful work being done here and recognized here. And the LCAP process has evolved so much, as you're well aware,
Yeah.
over the years. And although it is many pages, it is readable, you know? I mean, it tells a story, right? And it's talking about our values and our goals and our progress towards those goals and the subtle shifts we need to make as, you know, as circumstances change. Okay, we don't, that assessment's not the right one. Okay, here's this assessment. I'm just giving appreciation. I appreciated the presentation and the document itself is, it just, to me, it tells a really wonderful story about the hard work that so many people in our district are getting to reach our kids. So everyone who contributed, I know it is. I'm just putting the words to what's happening. So, but I appreciate that because there is a lot of hard work that everybody's doing every day. We can't see Scott and Carolyn, so maybe we can Here, take let the me- presentation down. Yeah. Oh, George might has to wanna take it say down. something.
Oh,
there you are.
Are you calling on me? Sorry.
I just
A little
quickly-
trouble.
when the-
Yes,
when
yes,
the-
yes.
Yeah.
So
I
I
can't
did
see
have.
you, so now I can. Go ahead.
I did have a question. It's on page 193 of the docket. It says here 80% proficiency will be changed to include a 60% growth in the percent of students progressing one or more levels to account
Yes.
for individual differences. I don't totally understand what that means. If you could explain what that change means.
Yeah, so actually what that does do, and I'm glad you asked the question because there's a little nuance. So when you have an 80% like proficiency rate that you're putting out there for everyone, right? You have an aggregate, right? So it's all students that you're including in that aggregate like response. So yeah, you could have a student that like went up by 140% of, you know, their starting place. And then you had maybe had a student that was 20, maybe it averaged at 80. I don't think those numbers average at 80, but let's say it averaged at 80. So you're looking at like, you know, you're looking at an aggregate number. The way that the new goal is written is to say that each student will grow by 60%, which means that it's each individual student's personal growth from where they started. So what it means is if we're measuring each human against their own self, right? They're making a new potential individually, not our district as a whole. Does that make sense, Carolyn?
Yes, that explains it. Thank you. I did have another question. When were the questionnaires administered? That was kind of October-ish. Is that correct?
There were different, bless you. There were different questionnaires at different times. So early winter was staff, families. Then we got the new template for the LCAP, which was very late, which helped us to revise our thinking about the questions we were going to ask our staff. And then once we started to look at how we were revising it for the staff, one of the things that came up was like, well, we better be asking the students. And so we wrote another one for students, and it was not perfect. I'm not going to lie. Every teacher who had to administer it with second and third graders, even some of the later elementary kids are like, what does that mean? So we're not perfect. We're trying. But they were done in stages based on how the LCAP template was being recreated.
That makes sense. I'm just wondering if there was I don't know if it would make sense to have the reporting of the data closer to when it was collected, just because sometimes I'm looking at some of the answers and I feel like it doesn't totally apply anymore to our current state of affairs. And it would be nice to have something that's a little bit more current, but I understand the logistics of it being difficult because it's also nice to have data of earlier in the year. But it would be nice to just know a little bit more, okay, this is really reflective of how people are feeling kind of more recently.
Well, I think we could probably mitigate that a little bit, Carolyn, when I do an LCAP bite, because we do LCAP bites every time we meet, right? And so we could do some more time-sensitive reports on those.
That would be great. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions for the board? Questions, comments in the audience?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I didn't know if it sounded like Phil had some questions for teachers, and I didn't know did you want me to?
Actually, no, I just want to hear what.
Yeah,
what happened.
I can give you some idea if that's appropriate right now. So like my third grade class, the last time they were in school, real school was in kindergarten. And so there was a lot of learning that was missed about being in school, and just both academic and social, and how does school work and how does it work to be all together in the same room and everything. And they came in a lot behind academically. And then on top of that, you know, we would have kids who were out for, you know, they were COVID infected, or we had to get pulled for COVID. So in the beginning of the year, it was like our whole class would go. I'd be in the middle of a lesson and it was time for us to go get our whole class tested for COVID. So not only have they had their educational career interrupted, but even their first year back, there was a lot of day-to-day interruptions. So that's one factor. And then you had a question about retention, social retention or social promotion. The requirements to retain students are very strict. You can't just, you have to prove that when you retain a student, that they would make growth in that year, that retaining them will give them an opportunity to grow and improve. So there's some very strict requirements. And when COVID happened, they really kind of put the kibosh on retaining students because, you know, it was kind of hard to tell if those metrics for retention were met. So does that help you understand?
Yeah, but it doesn't, to me, that doesn't feel like an equity thing. It's like the complete opposite of equity.
In which part of the equity I'm missing?
Well, we should be delivering to the student the education program for where they are right now.
Yeah, are you
So
saying
when
as far
you
as
move
their
them
social
to-
promotion?
So when you move them up a grade, then that's inappropriate.
I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. I think that, but again, you have to make sure that you're retaining a student who maybe does not, for example, have a learning disability, or, you know, that it's more of a maturity issue, or that where holding them back is going to benefit them. So you have to prove that if they might have a learning disability, you're actually negatively impacting them because it delays services that they might be eligible for. Does that make sense? Because they're compared to the performance of their peers.
Well, again, to me, you should, if you have a third grade math level, you should be in third grade until you get fourth grade math. Now you could.
As somebody who works with a very wide range of students, I would say in an ideal world, that would make my job a lot easier.
And I will have to
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, we don't like combo classes, but I would guess that pretty much every class you have is a combo class.
And to some degree, that's true. And then I just want to answer your question really quickly about how do we know which students are feeling these things?
Yeah.
We do a universal screener twice a year. So Brian Koch is in charge of that universal screener. I know that probably just slipped your mind.
No, I talked about it.
Oh, well, when answering her question.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw that it was
yeah.
in there, but answering her, I know it probably just slipped your mind. So I wanted to let her know the universal screener.
Oh,
And
cool.
so every student takes a universal screener twice a year, and that is identifiable so that they can flag students
Yeah.
and help support them if they're feeling, you know, poorly.
So-
I also want to say I'm happy to hear a growth target versus a proficiency target is the direction we're moving in. I think it's much more appropriate educationally. And then I will also say I was a little surprised to see that the recruitment and retention wasn't higher on the list of priorities, because I know at our school, it was like all over the posters. I don't know if you use just the
We-
Google Doc or the posters.
We use the both.
Both, okay,
Both.
because I know at ours, that was like all of those goals and all of those things that we want to accomplish, all of that follows recruiting, retaining.
Yeah.
Qualified teachers, and nobody benefits from that stability and the qualified education. I know you know all this.
Yeah.
More than the exact students that we're looking at with the LCAP, right? The lower socioeconomic, the ELL and the foster kids, they need that more than anything. So I'm hoping, I know that it's implied also by all of those goals also imply that we need to recruit and retain qualified teachers. So I'm just saying that, I don't know why I'm looking at you. I think I'm supposed to look at Amanda, but
It's all right. We know
anyway.
each other. We all
And
know
I
each
know,
other.
and I know you know all that. I'm
Yeah.
just, that's my comments for, making it public, but
Thank you.
anyway, I hope my answers were.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, because I'm encouraged next year, it'll bounce right back up.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
Well, we had a whole year of-
We'll continue to see an upward trajectory. Yeah.
For
Yeah,
sure.
But it's growth measurement. not
Yeah,
efficiency, so
that's right.
And
Thank
Jessica,
you.
do you know the percentage of students in our district that are? Is it unduplicated? Wouldn't that be these students, foster youth, ELs, low socio?
Yeah.
Or
I
does
mean,
anybody know?
Somebody
knows.
you know the number because you have to put in your figures. So I'll defer to you if you want to. Well, stop leaning into the camera. Did you want
Let's give Scott a turn.
No, go ahead.
Never mind, you're fading out.
I was just moving. Sorry.
It depends on, what site you're looking at. And overall, we're around 20%.
Okay.
Overall, overarching. SoCal L being the highest of our numbers, yes.
Can you talk about the site threshold? So is there a minimum at a site for funding to kick in? Or is it not following each student?
I think what you're talking about maybe is Title I
supplemental?
funding. So that's a very like a subsection of the section. But that is like what percent of the population would have to be falling into that Title I category for the school to be considered school-wide
Right.
funded or targeted? Is that what I
Yes.
think yeah. And I don't know the number for that, but you probably know the percentage.
40%.
Yeah.
But, as far as Title I funding, or if you're looking at the titles specifically, Titles 1, 2, 3, 4, we receive funding for all of those. With Title I, the percentages, your base revenue amount is incorporated district-wide, and then you rank your schools based on their
Okay.
percentage. And then there's a formula, and it's a whole thing. So.
Respectfully, everyone, it is almost 11. Any other? We were at the public. Anyone else in the public? Any questions, comments?
The only question I have on the LCAP is, I know it's all not individual, you don't know who wrote what. Is it, can you get these numbers by school? Or is it just overall district?
No, we can get them by school, we can get them by grade.
Okay.
Yeah, we can desegregate it by school. The administrative teams can I've actually asked them to look at their school's data.
Great.
And so they can really really funnel it down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's awesome. I'm sure there's differences at each school, right?
there are,
That's great.
there are.
And I just want to say thank you that my children can tell somebody how hard writing is. They feel very heard and very seen, because that is a consistent conversation at home. So thank you for giving them another outlet to express.
It's hard for us all.
I know, what can I say?
Okay, folks, so thank you very, very much. We've more in the public. I think we're ready to move on to our action. Did you?
No.
Okay, so sorry, I'm like, oh my God.
I thought you were ended.
Oh, no, we still have half a page. You are
We're not
done.
I gotta go clean up the jail.
Oh.
Back tomorrow.
I know you waited just for me.
Yes, I didn't want to be rude.
Short little action item, but it's nothing interesting, I promise. Thank you so
Good
much.
night,
Bye.
everybody.
Good night. On to the action item. Oh, thank you. Yes, I forgot to ask if we had an email on that. And the answer is no, we didn't have any email comments on this item. Is that correct? Thank you. Yeah, after 10:30, my brain's not so great. Action items.
All right, that's me. I will make this short and sweet. This is good news. This is a resolution. I'm asking the board to adopt a resolution for the issuance and sale of general obligation refunding bond of the district and related actions. This is something that Greg Isom Associates, who we've done all of our, they work with us for our bond reissuing, approached us, and now was a good time with everything going on to be able to reissue and refinance our general obligation bonds that are out within the public. This is of no financial impact to the district because these were bonds that were sold to the public. This is a savings to the taxpayers and bringing down those general obligation bonds. And so this is a very good thing for our taxpayers to be able to bring down the general obligation that's owed. So with the board's approval of this resolution, we can enter in with ISOM and get that process rolling.
Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I'm glad we're doing this. I didn't see in there what the savings would be. I didn't think.
That'll come after the,
Oh,
we
okay.
haven't been able to enter the
Okay.
process yet until.
And then just as an overview, even though we're a government entity, we are still have to abide by the Sarbanes-Oxley rules on how you manage stocks and bonds. So this is a bond, we're selling debt. We have an investor out there, I guess that was named in there, who's willing to buy these bonds, and they buy them all, every one of our bonds. And so we go through this process so that we comply with the SEC rules about having people invest in our debt. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just like to say I haven't heard Sarbanes-Oxley in like 15 years. That was awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I'm looking to see if Carolyn's waving or not. Small square, but I think she's good. Thank you for bringing this to us. It's awesome for us to be saving our taxpayers money. And I would just ask that when we know that savings amount, if we can then promote that and let people know, whether it's in one of Scott's awesome columns that he publishes, whether it's on our website, but right, multiple ways to let people know. Thank you so much for the bond, for voting for this bond and helping us build our beautiful classrooms. And here's some good news about that. So that's it for me.
Yes.
Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'll make the motion.
All right. I'll second. Thank you. And it's a resolution, so we always do that by roll call.
Yes, we do. Okay, trustee Edmonds. Aye. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Friedman.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Correspondence, we've all received numerous items of correspondence on many of the issues that were discussed tonight. Does anyone have anything else to add to that? Of course. Item 12, future agenda items. The trustees can request future agenda items now, or you're always welcome to email myself and or Scott.
I just need to voice the elephant in the room is that this was such a huge meeting and people had so much to say. And I don't even know what a special meeting is, but would that be an appropriate thing? Or if we just talked it out and we're just gonna vote on it next time? And I'm asking you as experience, because I don't know the answer to that.
That special meeting on what?
More,
Budget?
Yeah.
Budget study?
Yeah, or just talking about it more. I don't know.
Well, I think a budget to be considered for adoption, it has to be at a regular meeting, right? For law.
Yes.
So taking action on the budget would require a special meeting. I think if, obviously we're here at 11 p.m. We're obviously open and willing to stay here as long as people need to get their questions answered. So the point of a special meeting, I think, would be to allow even more time in advance. So, if you want to make that request and have me discuss it with the superintendent and report back, that's something that we can do, but it's not typical.
My 2 cents on that would be that this is why the state has set up this process where the LCAP comes to both board meetings in June. One for this very thorough kind of presentation, 2 weeks to answer any questions, and then it comes back again. So it seems to me that that kind of thorough review is already really baked into the current system.
And I would say the best would be after the state passes their budget, then we'll actually know what the real numbers are. Because we could have a meeting talking about coulda, woulda, shoulda. And then,
It's just that we have to approve the budget
Yeah.
by the 30th
Yeah.
or the 15th or whatever the date is.
Well, by the
By the
30th, yeah.
By the 30th.
That's
Right.
Well, by the 15th.
Yeah,
Because that's the scheduled board meeting.
by law, it's the 30th. right?
Well, it has to be at a regularly scheduled board meeting, and our board meeting is the 15th of June. I mean, yes, I can speak to the fact that no, another board meeting would not be typical. And that's why we have the process of the 2-step board meeting presentation on this one and adoption at the second meeting. Nothing changes with the LCAP or the budget between first and second read. Unless, so I don't know what a special board meeting would that. We wouldn't have enough time to make any changes, even if there was any.
so if we change the budget, then we have to do another present public hearing and then an approval. So we're
Well, I
talking
think we're
about,
getting off of what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not we're considering a special meeting.
On the budget, right?
Right. And that's not something, so if you bring it something like, oh, I want to consider having an agenda item, we don't then have a group discussion about whether or not we're going to agendize it, right? So the superintendent and I can discuss it, you can bounce it back and forth with the superintendent, but it's not like,
Okay.
right? So if one of us is like, I really think we need to have an agenda item on school safety or something like that, right? Basically, at this point in time, we say, I would like to see this on a future agenda item, and then typically the superintendent and the board president say, great, we're going to discuss that in our agenda setting.
Yeah.
Or we'll follow up with you to ask more questions about what specifically you want that to be. So like, as a group right now, we're not deciding whether to put something on the agenda. This is just a time to say, here's my request. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So I heard a request, and I think we can, connect back on that. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. In that case, our next item is adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay, John Lee.
Second.
We roll call, and so sorry, we're gonna do a quick roll call vote.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so it's 11:06. Okay, trustee Edwards. Aye. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller. Trustee Friedman. Aye. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We are officially adjourned 11:06 p.m.
Don't go anywhere, Amanda. I have stuff.
Oh, no.
And don't forget your cake.
I won't forget.